I'm gonna have some onigiri, which means jelly donuts.
Ooh. We're on session 118 today.
Excellent.
Yeah. Last session, Matt, I think it is my first 3 ones. That I've been able to get, together in a sense. Because of advantage, it would be 3 ones in a row. But yeah, that happened. So I have to throw a Destiny fragment on that to capture that fate interaction. And
Didn't realize that it happened. Can I spotlight that this session for it?
If you want to spend that resource.
I do.
Your first observation, Laura, on the earthly road, that's not stable.
interesting. Well, good thing it was on the moon. Okay, interesting.
Your natural ones in a row, even through advantage, feel something tremble under the weight of something.
Gotcha.
It makes you nervous.
I'm just trying to think out of character. Like, is this my first Well, mechanic wise, I'd say it's my first three ones in a row. I think that's. I don't think I've ever gotten that before. I've gotten
I
2
have
ones in
it.
a row. Yeah, but
I have a picture of rolling through ones in a row, and I know at one point Nordy once rolled 3 ones in a row.
I remember you telling me that. I think the first interaction I had it, it's like, 2. We got 2. Let's try for a third, and it didn't happen. But then we had that conversation. But okay, interesting.
Even all the way up on the moon, it doesn't like it.
I wonder if that's a bad omen.
Yeah, go talk to the phase star. It'll balance that out real fast.
Blah. Yep, that's balanced now.
Do we have a William, or did I start the session without him?
I'm here.
Oh, good stuff. But yeah, that happened. I was throwing it into my my tally, and I was like, "Oh, a sextuplet. What do you mean I got 6 ones?" And it's like, because my ones are count as double. So, yeah, awesome, crazy. I would prefer, Matt, if you could get me my sword progress stuff. What 10 out of 10 looks like. I don't know if it has anything crazy attached for the end there, but I really like the power density is what I was really excited to see, and because it's like it completely makes my my sword power go crazy. It's just like, oh, every every 1 power or 9 or 1, yeah. So it's pretty much just like,
of course,
you get all kinds of stuff.
Let me.
T.
Yeah,
You do T.
Am I that predictable?
No. It's just because I know you so well. Okay. Well, anyway, you do that. I will continue listening in the background while I make some French toast.
What? That's way too fancy.
Yeah.
French toast out of the blue.
So,
All right. Yeah, Poe.
Poe goes to Mini Lore Keeper in the Poison Vault, because this one some stuff with poison. Master, well, also out of character. Was everything that I sent you earlier, Matt, good, or
Could be
is there
stronger.
anything? Okay.
You don't have to
Well,
worry about all those balanced negatives. You can just give yourself only the positives.
but
And
it
that would
is
be
a
considered a
poison.
weak poison.
Okay, but so just here, should I? How do I? Or so don't worry about balance at all. Forget it.
correct. You're real good at poison.
You're really good at poison. However, if you want to design it with a negative, you can do that. In the advent, you want to use it on others so that you can have them go berserk or have some sort of like effect.
Okay, then I would say that as it stands. Well, here, hang on a second. Copy. Text.
Yeah, the text you sent me for the bonuses to your character. Them some small numbers. So even if you remove the negatives, you can make that in a DTS without any problem. So to give you an example, something that would actually be hard for you to make would be something like I get 50 regen a turn, or something like I get 10 regen per action I take on my turn. Just by moving and breathing, I regen. Like 300 to rolls, physical ones. Probably no
Okay.
bonus to mental ones, except for maybe perception, because you're on hyper lookout. And then probably gives you, if you design it towards the sword, say probably 10 temp sword power until the duration of the drug is over. And then probably for damage, you could probably pick a weapon feature that you can increase. A bucket of dice, bunch of flat damage, and then probably grant you a temporary half action to be used on attacks only. So like you can go real whole hog. You can include all sorts of gross stuff. The only time you would really need to include negatives is if you want the positives to be even more ridiculously bigger. Or if you really want to bring out the give and take of a poison. Because you're a devourer, you really shouldn't have to suffer the negatives of non-named poison.
Yeah.
In fact, if you want, you can have your poisons have the negatives, and then you just ignore the negatives, so long as the poison doesn't become named.
Okay.
So
that sounds. Also, I can try and devour named poisons to see if I survive. Do I gain something out of those?
Of course.
Okay. Because hypothetically, build up a named one, then devour it, and because I'm just like, no, I've been eating this shit for years.
I mean, named poisons will always have a trial, even if it's an easy one, mostly because they have special, often unique features about them. And you have to kind of puzzle. It's a little bit of a puzzle that you have to overcome. Or maybe you have to get into fisticuffs.
The way that I worded my poison and the special text of it, it is something along the lines of, it feels like the first connection in between Chunpo starting to devour stagnation, because this is energy cementation poison, so trying to get to that point in the future. Because that would be, I don't know, poetic, destiny, self-fulfilling prophecy. Feels good. Anywho, so walking up to Lorekeeper, Master,
Mhm.
I made
Yes.
something that I now think is shit, but
Well, you gotta
Try-
start somewhere.
Hmm.
Tweak the
Um,
dosage.
so I should be trying to add 300s to what I was trying to target.
Technically, for your first effort, you know how you had the +10, -10 to strength
Yep.
or toughness, agility.
Mhm.
You could just
Yeah.
replace those with 50s.
Well, okay. That's kind of where I ended up staying, like, in the second
Mhm.
part, +50s. 2 actions to -40 fatigue.
Yep,
Okay.
that's pretty good. Like
Uh,
2 actions for -40 fatigue.
yeah. And I
Do put
just
under the
don't.
half actions.
Mhm.
Um, the half actions must be either expressly to move for movement or expressly for attacks.
Okay, attacks or movements.
Yeah. And then for something spiritual, um, you called the poison power boosting, so give yourself +10 temporary weapon power. It
Okay.
doesn't have to be just sword power, but any weapon power that
Hmm.
could be used would be something that you could play around with. Just 10 temp weapon power.
Alrighty, 1 second.
Which
Look at my old
should
notes.
be
Boosting energy calcification.
enough, I believe.
Question to or out of character question to everybody. Power boosting energy calcification steroid poison or just calcification poison? Like the power boosting energy calcification
No,
poison.
no. You gotta have the whole stonking big name. That's how
Okay.
that's wuxia. The bigger and more ridiculous the name, the better.
Oh yes, yes.
Until you go so far down the rabbit hole, you come back out the other end, and it's now 2 words.
Gotcha.
Got so down, it was, so awesome. We actually had to reduce the words.
I think of or out of character. I think of concepts like that all the time with like we get to democracy. The word democracy based on what is it? It's Democles or just democracy. I can't remember. We named people or we created the definition of big words that have a lot of weight behind them and power on people that were working with it. But just hey, it took a culture to create this word.
And we've even improved it in the meantime. Managed democracy.
Mm-hmm.
It's bigger and better.
Yeah.
Liberty.
Okay. Steroid poison. We'll copy and paste that.
Now, the calcification part. I was actually
Mhm.
pretty curious about this.
Yes. Oh yeah, and I wrote that down, but I didn't actually like type it out because I wasn't sure if you wanted the flavor text.
Not just the flavor text. I want that flavor text actual mechanics.
Understood.
Because you put calcification in there. And you put it in there that says enough doses will stop energy flow through one's D engine.
Yes.
Is this forever, like 10 doses throughout your entire lifetime? Or is it like 10 doses in a small amount of time?
Um 10 doses within the same action just stops your heart or stops like It is the overdose. It is the measure of overdose. One physical body, or I guess a humanoid-shaped physical body that hasn't gone. I don't know. How do I? Because once we start getting into cosmic, it can't just be 10 for a star. This is a drop. Unless, fuck, I don't know.
Go ahead and make me a poison roll. Or
Fuck.
something that you can use to make poison with. Just
Okay. Let me copy and paste what I have here into some notes real quick. And okay. We are here. Okay, poison roll. With all of the stuff that I have, like all my bonuses into my other skills and stuff, or just intermediary poisons.
you're able to combine them, right?
Yes, I am. That's why I always ask
yeah.
because I'm just like, I don't. Okay, cool. Oh fuck. So that one, 4, 6, 7, 10, 11. Wait, no, that's nature. Okay, I got it. Not just count them all. 4, 8, 10. We aren't doing planetary environments. 10, 14, 18. 13, 14, 13, 27. So this plus 270. Okay. I rolled actually really well, I think. Success plus 45.
So this thing can still be made much more powerful.
Okay.
Not only can you make a safe version for yourself that you can just dose all the time, the only downside is the fatigue.
Mhm.
Technically, you can also edit that out if you want to replace it with something like regen, and then you wouldn't have to worry much about fatigue. The devourer skill set that you have just does so much work against this thing that you don't really have to worry about negatives. However, you do have its runtime as a devourer. You're just too good at it. So like Bane, you always need that shit on a drip feed. So you always have it on tap. Now, this can be made horrifically better, but also worse. You could make it much more attractive so that people want to use more than one dose in a fight. You can also make a times 10 concentrated dose. So they get all 10 doses all at once. And then the calcification only happens after the dose wears off. And you're like, there you go, buddy. Now you're cooked. And you can have this
Literally.
thing do like plus 500 to all those stats. And then if you really want to be an asshole, you can do minus 500 to all the opposite stats if you still want to have that like give and take balance.
Mhm.
And then they would be literally mindless berserkers that are completely unaware, that have tunnel vision the size of a pinhole, and have no ability to resist willpower. And their toughness is paper thin. But they have plus 500 to all the other stats. And then they have plus 50 power, temp power every turn with an explosive amount of regen. And then they die at the end. Because the Diantin no longer receives circulation because it calcified. And then bad things happen. Those are called reaping pills. Basically, they are used as a last resort. The user takes it knowing that their cultivation's probably over, and or they're probably going to die after eating this.
Yeah.
A lot of, let's say, unorthodox and most of the demonic styles force their expendable members to use stuff like this. But technically, unless it does something so wildly OP, you can just run whole hog, just have full creative liberties to do all sorts of stuff. And if you want to continue to add negatives, so that if people steal your poison and they take it because they think it's so good, well, you're like, well, enjoy the negatives. I don't have to worry about them. I eat the negatives. They're gone.
This shit is still poison. I
Mhm.
am a poison devourer. You thought you
So,
could handle my poison?
so I'm gonna say that with your current skills for intermediary poison and all the other specialties, you could probably handle easily like plus 400 to, let's say, 3, maybe 4 stats whenever
Okay.
you take a poison with no downsides. And then you can pick, let's say, another 4 things it gives you, and those can be pretty aggressive numbers. If you try and sneak in a 5th bonus, so like it gives 5 stats instead of 4, an enormous bonus, that's where you would start to have to take fatigue and stuff. Or you can reduce the number, like from 400 to 300, and then have 5 stats do plus 300. And if you wanted 6 stats, you can have 200 to 6 stats.
Okay, I thought of something and missed some of the words you were saying. I apologize.
Oh, don't worry about it.
The target number. Could I ask for every... It's at target 460. At target 500, 600, 700. Can I ask for those characteristics to be able to be bumped up that much?
As I was saying earlier, 400 is going to be your safe zone. Anything
Yes.
above that, you're just going to accrue fatigue every turn while it's running.
Okay.
So yes, you can have it 500 and 600 and 700. However, the game is the less the core characteristics it boosts, the higher the bonus can be. So let's say 3 stats at plus 400 is safe. You can do 5 stats at plus 300, 6 at 2, 7 at plus 100, and so on. Or you can just have all stats get plus 50. If you want.
What about 2 stats at a higher amount, or 1 stat
2
at an
stats
even
at
higher?
500, 1 stat at 600. That's the safe zone without having to take fatigue.
You said... Sorry, I'm writing this down so I could have like 3 at plus 400, 5 at plus 300, 6 at plus 200, 7 at plus 100, all at plus 50, and then we were doing a few at the plus this and a few at plus that. What was that?
2 at plus 5, and then 1 at plus 600. And this is the safety zone. You can go over these numbers. You can include extra stats at also other ridiculous numbers. It's just will increase the fatigue per turn.
And yes, okay.
And then you can have safely it give you 4 things at pretty good numbers. So like 10 temp power. Then you can also do things like regen. You can also give yourself a bunch of extra movement speed. Anytime you give yourself actions, though, you do need to give yourself fatigue.
Okay, any plus action.
Yeah, and it's per time you want to use those extra actions. So if you get plus 2 at half actions a turn, well, every time you want to use those 2 half actions, you have to take the fatigue cost, whatever it is assigned. 40 fatigue is pretty good.
The Dow point in the conversation, I was thinking that flavor-wise, it creates a bubble inside of your body, and it only gets... If you don't get into a Dow fight, it just kind of dissolves the bubble, but if you get into a Dow fight, it calcifies whatever that point was if you had to use it. Like, I don't know.
What purpose?
I mean,
Just
do
to
they have
say
to
a
use it in the
cost.
argument each time?
Yeah, like it's a level of you used this, but it costs you something, and I didn't exactly know how to quantify or like it's the calcification of a Dow point in your inventory. So
Okay,
like one of the
so
currency ones, like it just gets spent, but it allowed you to use it.
like the poison Dow point?
Um, I guess yeah, it gives you a poison. Like the poison gives you a poison Dow point to use if you get into a battle, but if you have to use it, it like spins one of your Dow points.
Okay. Just try and be careful with the use of calcification, that specific word, because in Wuxia, that is pretty rough way to go. Or dealing with calcification usually has extremely bad connotations.
Yes, and that's why I like wanted. That's the aspect of like all these negatives that I have in here. I'm just like I'm putting them there because I'm just like calcification isn't exactly nice. Like this could still. I feel like this would still kill me in some like because I'm playing with it.
I mean, if you want one of the 4 features on the poison to be, you can spend your Dow points freely as you run this thing, or it's running through your body. I mean, you could just do that instead.
I could also just not have that point, but I was wondering what you thought of the mechanic itself.
I'm not sure, because that sounds. It's either my brain isn't processing it in a way that you're probably thinking it works, or the way you have it built in your head, and I'm just not seeing it. But it just doesn't sound like something you should just do. You should try and avoid calcification of anything in your body.
Um, the reason that, or well, I've so the my down name of
Mhm.
devouring stagnation. Maybe that was kind of why I'm looking at calcification, but am not exactly like, yeah, let me just eat this because it's one of those, hey, this is still really, really bad. But I'm still trying to find stagnation as what it is, how to devour it, and how to stop it. And calcification kind of looks like it.
It can. Um, Perhaps seeking an external observational source first, rather than trying to find it within yourself,
Mm.
would be more ideal, because you are still an up and coming and a very young cultivator. You're not anywhere near stagnation. Even if you were to,
Yeah.
actually enter stagnation at a young age, it won't actually. It's not really affecting you until much later, like outside of your golden years.
Mm. Okay. Um, that's a concept that I've out of character also had issue with was just like the fear, anxiety, shadows, doubts of like, oh, well, maybe I'm deteriorating.
That is also always a good thing to always have in your mind, be concerned about. But as long as you're progressing in the game, like you can sit down in a normal session, or your character can actually make progress towards something in a DTS, you're not stagnating. There are parts of the game, like if your character can't make progress DTS after DTS, you should be worried. But maybe
Gotcha.
you've reached the end of the game and you're like, I'm trying to work on this ridiculous concept to kind of put the cherry on top of the character I built. And it's like minus 10,000 progress per roll. And you're just like, I just can't seem to figure out how to get enough progress. It's not quite stagnation, because you're trying to overcome a ridiculous negative. But If you can't overcome
You're
it
in-
for a long
yeah.
time, then yes, it's stagnation.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so long as your character's moving forward, you're fine.
Okay. Let's see. If you took away the aspect that it says calcification with the Dow points, in aspect A, say that I was fighting the taking tree again, and I had this poison, and it said it could only do 3. I have a poison Dow point from this poison itself that says you get 1 extra.
Mm-hmm.
That's in essence how it was supposed to work, and I just flavored it with calcification. Um, but if it wasn't that, then it's just an essence. I don't know what the negative would be for something, so you just get an extra point. I don't know what it would cost, or what it's tied to even try to think of what the currency of that action would be.
The currency of action.
The currency of transaction.
Oh, transaction.
Sorry, I did say action, but the currency of transaction.
I mean, what do you want it to be?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I was thinking like a Dow point that was in the person's inventory of their, like, so if they're a fire cultivator and they're using this poison as for a steroid boost, as I'm guessing, I feel like it'd be dastardly, but I want to hide the poison part at the end or have it just like slowly appear after you use it. If it's just like, no, this is a very high dose. But
I mean, if you want to be a dick, instead of calcifying their deantium so that energy doesn't flow, you can eat a specific or block out a specific resource pool permanently. Like an entire resource pool calcifies.
well, that would be if they get into a Dow fight, though. Like, if they're just swinging swords and not talking or having a Dow battle, then. But like, I feel like once you get to a Dow battle, that is an appropriate cost, but also you're only getting 1, so I feel like in balance wise, I'm just like, or like you get 1, it always works level point. I don't know.
This particular design is not good for Dow battles. So I suppose you could flavor it as you're not moving and you're not raising your metabolism by constantly fighting, constantly exerting yourself. So the poison takes its toll because you're letting the substance, the serum that you've injected or ate, not running fast enough so it starts to, clot in your blood. So having a Dow battle, pretty chill often in comparison to swinging swords and exchanging techniques. And you could say, hey, if you're not doing something, it doesn't even have to be just you're doing a Dow battle. If you didn't act on your turn in a meaningful manner, such as spend the majority of your action, the poison starts to eat at your resources. It can be way more dastardly than just taking 1 point in the niche scenario that they enter a Dow battle in the middle of combat. If they enter a Dow battle in the middle of combat, it starts to eat an enormous sum of resources, or it starts to affect them in another manner. You can be a lot more dastardly with your poison, dude.
Yeah, we are at a scary, lethal amount of cultivation right now. The issue is defending ourselves from this type of thing that everybody is now able to do. Downsides can be large.
Yeah, the downsides can be huge. You can even have it so that you give it to somebody you don't like, and then this cooks them It's over. You can't cultivate. Or it trips them up and they have to spend years getting rid of the negatives, and you guys are already long gone ahead of them. You're like, I don't really want to kill you, but I'm going to make you stumble. You're going to have to circulate your energy for years to get that out of your system. There's a reason why you were chosen for your poison, not your swordsmanship, because that's your talent. And it doesn't have to be balanced what you create, because I mean, if you can casually just get 45 DOS, the number only goes up from here. Once you get to be able to consistently do high tier poisons, you're gonna
And
have
you could make
so
this
many
poison to give yourself a bonus to making poisons.
You can do that too, yeah.
How does that work? I think that's where I get stumbled. Is how does it work?
You make an artisan poison where you just you unlock certain like suppressed regions of the mind and you go full invincible. Or what's the Mr. Incredible? It's the one. It's the movie where the character takes the experimental drug and then he unlocks his mind.
Limitless?
Limitless. Yeah, you go full limitless while you're on the dose. To anyone else, this would cook your brain into your skull. For you, it's like I have a headache afterwards.
I got a bit of a hangover.
Yeah.
Also, what was it? In Limitless, it made them want to. It like you couldn't stop. You had to do the thing that seemed a little crazy.
Oh, you can design that. But yeah, you're
Remove
at a
your
point where
inhibitions.
you can make the limitless drug for mortals. And since you're not a full mortal because you're a cultivator, taking the limitless drug can have significantly reduced downsides while keeping the bonuses. What's your int?
My int is 160.
Technically, you're already full limitless at that level of intelligence. Normal human, like adult intelligence, for normal people, range from 20 to 45 at best. Like the smartest person of a normal human in the world would be 45 intelligence. With 160, you're 4 times smarter than the smartest person.
We are our own level of quantum computers, sort of.
Well, the quantum computers also do an incredible amount of parallel processing all at the same time. So there's a lot of lateral movement, and that's why computers are really good at stuff that we can't do, because there's only so many processes we can run simultaneously in our brain. But perhaps that's what you make the drug for. You can do 10 researches simultaneously or do 10 progress bars at the same time, as long as it's within your specialty.
Oh, I can do that.
Yes.
Okay.
So that one roll applies its progress to 10 projects, so long as the projects are similar.
Okay, now I gotta. Okay.
See my guy?
Well,
Sorry for
yes.
giving Get more ideas.
Shunpo needs to look at something as well. I believe I got a hater. I got nihilist. No. Okay. Journal. Down. So the front. Here. Down. Characteristic maximums. Mysterious. Luck stat. Go into the chat log. Chunpo is actively is slowly accumulating the positive and negative DTSs. Okay, I took Montage Nihilist, got Zealot, and Enabler. And I already have Montage Master. I've got to pass that. Chunpo would like to buy. Okay, so I did Nihilist. I'm gonna be grabbing Hater, and then so I gotta do the 6 one. No, I already have Master. Okay.
Mm.
And I grabbed that one. Okay, I'm gonna grab Montage Nihilist and Montage Enthusiast, and I have 3 Eclipses that just burn out. Can you hold Eclipses? Or
Unspent
they...
ones, yeah.
Okay, so I can just track how many Eclipses I have and over time?
Yeah, I've got like 30 excess ones on Hoin Kyoma.
What?
Oh,
I'm
Nova!
negative quality maxing on them.
Selfish! Son of a bitch! Steins Gate?
Mm-hmm.
He does a whole little dance with it too. Strikes
Not really.
poses.
Yeah, strikes poses. Not really a dance. He's not really much of a dancer.
Sorry, strikes poses. And that's how he introduces himself. It is I, Oin Kyoma. He actually holds the O a little longer, but you gotta watch some Steins Gate, guy. It's also a classic.
Great anime.
It is. Yeah.
What was that one about? I don't.
Time travel.
But great. Not
I
great.
It's
don't.
existential
not.
horror.
Ah, gotcha. Negative qualities. And I have 3. Okay. And let's find. So now I have Montage Master on here. Need a whole folder just for Montage. Well, I'm slowly getting there. Anywho. Well, Master, I feel like I need to go through another obstacle course that is, or well, I need to go through an obstacle course that forces me not to do a montage, but to understand all of the possible actions that I could do to understand, or even everything you could hypothetically do as a montage. Everything. Oh, well, no, I can't
That
just say
sounds like
everything.
you do that in a montage.
Yes, but if I'm trying to, well, no, shit, I don't need.
Why don't you take a bunch of drugs that you designed for yourself and enter a montage? Montageception?
It would be, especially if I have this limitless idea one, where I can do several things at once, because then it would. It feels like it would be I'm not entirely sure how much time it would actually take, but instead of it being a long, long, long montage, it is the quality of montage within one frame of montage. So it is a montage scene, and that one scene, you got one action to do this much, and you got a lot more progress than you would have normally, because it was just that good of a montage.
Sounds like that needs some drugs.
It does. It needs drugs. At this point, it needs drugs because
I
it's
have
getting
drugs
a
I
headache.
could give you, but they may not be the trip you want. Because they're not meant for you, they're meant for golden cores. Because once you reach golden cores, your
Wait,
body
I'm black gold.
processes.
Or wait, okay. Golden core is above black gold.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It goes color ranks, mountain climbing, spiritualization tier, half step golden core, full golden core. And the difference between each of those tiers is like an ocean of cultivation. And once you reach golden core, your body processes like impurities and certain substances in your body with extreme prejudice and purges it. So you need something with staying power. If I gave you a golden core drug, it would run through your system for decades. Because you wouldn't be able to process it out quickly enough. I don't think you want to be on whatever this stuff is for a long time. You might get used to it and be like, it's gone now. 50 years later.
I question the limits of what I can accomplish within this montage or within these montages, but I feel like it's some weird, wacky, almost time dilation level of headache swap to think that, oh well, you did it once and now you're something much, much stronger.
Depends on what you do in the montage. I've seen many a times, more times than I can count, multiple people doing the same exercise. And everyone gets a different result. So, and they're all told to do it the same way. And they have all the same physique and the same talent because they've been, sifted through all the other contestants and other people who want to join. And you're all the same. And yet, different results. So, depends on how you approach it. How's your prep? How's your, your setup and whatnot? What you asked me to help you with, like, give it some thought. If it doesn't work the first time, take a breather, take a nap, take a load off, take more drugs, do it again. A little bit different this time, or the next time. Now, remember, I'm only saying do drugs because you can handle them. And I'm saying don't take cultivator drugs. I'm taking curated pharmaceuticals that you make in a poison grade lab that is specifically curated only for you with almost no downsides. That's what I mean by taking drugs. I'm not actually saying take cultivator drugs. That stuff will mess you up. Your body will treat it like a poison, but there are certain parts that you won't be able to do so, and that stuff will.
Drugs bad, okay?
Imagine it's usually the upside that's the actual problem at this point in
How
time.
about this? Let's rephrase. Take curated custom pharmaceuticals. There you go.
Pills.
It doesn't have to be pills. It could be a tonic, an elixir. It could be, you could, dehydrate it down to a powder and snort it. I don't care. Whatever is the methodology of your intake that you have deemed the ideal form.
Understood, master.
Yeah, man. Like You do you. I was wondering when we were going to get around to this conversation, but there's no rush.
Except if you take a drug.
Out of character, I have recently been reading a book that has more to deal with time rewinding rather than alchemy, but he claims to be an alchemist, and all they make, in the system that they have of alchemy, every single thing that you can make is a pill or a poison, and that's it. And so I'm just like,
Eastern
yeah.
style.
Yeah. It is heavy Eastern style, but it's also just like, yeah, no, like elixirs, liquids. There's other forms that you could make things rather than just you made a pill.
So, for your knowledge going forward,
Mhm.
pills are the most stable state in which you can create a pill or some sort of a booster, like it or alchemy, whether poison, the sphere shaped pill. Mostly it has to do with the shape, but usually the process itself, you kind of condense the energies down into a stable medium. It's kind of like the way nitroglycerin got stabilized into crystals down to dynamite, so it's stable. They took something unstable and made it stable, and usually by most alchemical processes, it ends up being a pill. If you can get it into an elixir, you can have really extreme effects, but you are sacrificing stability for those extreme effects. You can also, with your expertise, turn them into incense. Like instead of a pill, you then kind of pack it out and you roll it over a stick that burns, and then you can breathe in the pill over an extended period of time. The effects will be less, but the duration will be wildly extended. You can also then dose everyone in the room with incense.
Yeah.
Or you can go like full Chem Lord, like Chem Baron,
Mm.
and have a tank on your back. Instead of air, it's filled with aerosolized sauce of your
Through
like go
tank.
juice, and you just have it on a mask, and you're just puffing
Like
it.
the one. No, I thought you meant like a gas mask and you make everybody else huff it, but no, just like, yeah, no, I'm good. Let's keep going.
Yeah, no, you're just breathing aerosolized like pharmaceutical, and you go full Chem Baron
Oh
as you're
wait,
just like,
I messed up. I forgot I have montage
no.
hero, not montage master. I am buying instead of
Sure.
buying montage enthusiast, I am buying montage master because that is the next one in the line. I got my math messed up. Or I got my notes messed up, but now that I have them in order, this is actually a decent way to do it. Or at least for montage. Let's see. There we go. Okay. I like the idea of just, well, I like the idea of it being pills, but I also like the idea because it's just him, like, it is some sort of energy flow muscle movement to where Chunpo knows the combination of the 1,000 poisons inside of him, that it's more of just like an internal switch that now he's dosing.
You can design that, man. Like
Okay. Sorry.
it's your entire world, man. Like you started to like approach the sprinter's line, because you're now realizing that I don't have to pick this game slow anymore. I have all the tools I need to go turbo off into the distance, and you're at this point you're just like, all right, what shoes do I wear? What outfit do I got? Do I got my water? Am I like, how far am I gonna run?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, okay, yeah. Just how many? Since I have the catalog of the 1,000, I have this aspect of I am at a level of superhuman, limitless even now. Can I? Let's see. I feel like the limit has to be a certain number of actions before it wears off, or before I can't really flex that muscle anymore. Like otherwise I cramp.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you can have it set to a limited number of DTAs where you get the bonus before it wears off.
Or I feel like I should. Okay. The one that I want to keep as a passive, like constantly on through a montage, but then also I have one of a Pixar, an Elixir, a power. I don't know. Oh, fuck. That's.
Start with a pill. Don't
Okay.
worry about. Let's do this. Start with a pill. Don't do an elixir or an aerosol.
Mm.
Let's just
Pill poison.
do something easy and stable, because elixirs take a couple extra steps to make, and things get goofy. Aerosols also take a couple extra steps to make, but they're pretty manageable. But the effects, the output can be different. Let's just do a pill. Very stable, very easy to make. Just use the materials, make a roll. If you roll enough dice, you get the thing.
That's good.
Simple as that.
Okay.
So you can also gain, like, going forward. If you're unsatisfied with how high your core characteristics are, and you want to raise them up explosively, take some pharmaceuticals that allow you to train characteristics faster. Same with swordsmanship. You want to be able to train swordsmanship faster, make a custom pharmaceutical. You can have a custom, like, literal pharmacy full of individual curated stuff for individual activities. And since you're a devourer of poison, you just ignore all the negatives of dosing all the time. You're Bane.
Jesus Christ, I feel it's unfair, but I mean,
not.
alrighty, cool.
It's not unfair. That's your character. This is what you're good at. You were scouted for your talent because of your ability to be unfair.
Understood. Then alrighty, let's see. Yeah. Now I need to. I have in essence figured out figured out. I like the idea of the plus 50 to all the temp power. How much you said plus to regen. Also, how much can I get away with?
10% of your max health regen.
10% of my max health regen. So that'd be a plus 100 because I currently still have plus 1,000 regen.
No, percent of your 10% of your health.
Oh, 10% of my
10,
health?
000.
Okay. Well, currently I haven't gotten it up to back up to 10,000 and be 7,000. Or because I am at 72,000 right now as my max
so you'd have
health.
7,000 regen.
So plus an additional 7,000 regen to make it 8,000? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, plus
while the drug is running. Yeah.
Regen.
So you get hit and you're like, and they literally get to watch the wound heal over in real time. And not slowly.
Piccolo
you
regeneration.
cut it and literally you
Piccolo
cut it. It looks like water as just forming back from the blade. Just like, I know I cut him. I felt the resistance.
And it's like, you did. It was shallow. What's shallow? You did not kill me in a single blow. And even then, I'm not sure the drug will allow me to die.
How much how many meters in a for movement speed? Yeah.
Agility.
Well, before or after I add the plus 50 to all my stats?
Plus 50 to all the stats is not like it's plus 50 to rolls.
Plus 50 to rolls?
Because if we start
all
modifying
rolls?
the base, yes, all rolls.
Okay.
That's also a small number in the
Yeah,
scheme
the
of
grand scheme.
cultivation number. But, plus 50 could help. But since it's the all rolls, that's not bad. For movement speed, well, the
My
reason why we
agility
don't,
is currently 150.
yeah, the reason why we don't modify direct stats is it affects the bonuses of applicable output. Basically, toughness. If you modify your toughness, your soak goes up.
Yep.
That's a number. Strength, you now have to modify the base strength output of how much damage you deal.
And while it might not be overpowered, it is annoying as fuck to calculate in the combat.
Yeah, especially if it affects all your core characteristics. If it's like 1 or 2, that's way more manageable. However, if it's an armor that you wear and you don't ever really take off, that's way easier.
Yeah.
But if you're just, eating pharmaceuticals like popcorn, let's keep it to bonuses to rolls because it gets fucking wild.
The only way I could, if I did it as a muscle thing, or like, would that work as a passive one for the boost to say like, yes, now you can boost it because you're always doing it? I don't know what you would want as a role to say, hey, you've done this for so long that you cramp, or just don't do it, dude. Just don't.
Technically, you won't. If it's not a named poison, you're not really gonna cramp.
Okay.
As long as you even while dosing, you take a rest, and since you mitigate the negatives, you don't calcify while resting because you just eat it. But you're gonna have like a turbocharged rest where it's just like you're thrumming in place.
All right, we're montage resting. That was the best sleep of my life. It was like 5 minutes.
It was like 5 years.
You don't understand. The quality of my montage is so good that 5 minutes of montage sleep feels like 10 years.
Problem is, you would have to make a poison so potent that you can't overcome it with a devourer for it to stay in your system long enough for you to gain permanent effects from it. So you'd have to eat like a golden core tier cultivation pharmaceutical for it to stay in your systems long enough for it to be
Okay.
permanent.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we're eating popcorn. All right. So
yeah, you're eating popcorn.
Yeah.
And you have an entire vault full of popcorn materials because you're using low level stuff, and you have a undetermined amount of low level materials for you to use.
Okay. Let me know if you ever want that to become determined, or if undetermined is the mysticism of it.
Well, that's the thing. It's called a wealth factor. A wealth factor, by the way, we classify a single wealth factor. You take Earth, take one major industry. Say, let's call it war. All armaments and things made for war that Earth makes in 1 year, like the entire planet, that's one wealth factor.
Wow. Oh, okay, that's a lot.
You have 100 wealth factors of poison stuff in your vault.
100 years of a global production.
Yes, concentrated production. Like everyone is like producing.
I think my vault's bigger than I think.
Right. However, some of that is concentrated into some of your super special items.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it took the entire planet collaboratively to make one thing for a year,
Hmm.
and oftentimes single materials or single like really cool objects like the ones on the pedestals. Some of those are a wealth factor on their own, and if you use it, your vault goes down one wealth factor.
Understood.
So for
Um,
like low grade, middling grade, high grade materials, you're not really going to run out unless you're like trying to provide an entire city with unlimited drugs.
bet.
Then you're going to burn through that wealth factor.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
So,
Let's see. Then, so I believe then that we need to start montaging, and I need to start doing swordsman training now because I'm at that point.
make a pharmaceutical so that you learn swordsmanship faster.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
since it's specific to swordsmanship, you can make it better because it's specialized. And the more specialized you put on it, and the more downsides you put on it, the better the drug can be. But you can also just ignore the downsides because your poison devourer will eat away the negatives.
Okay. So base swordsmanship, montage, training, poison.
Yeah. We have entered the Twilight Zone. We've gone to plaid.
We control the vertical and the horizontal.
I am a montage hero, which I already have a fairly familiarity with that one. Nihilist. What's the point of training that hard in a safe, practical environment? You could gain so much more in the world at large. When acquiring this quality, your character may begrudgingly participate in DTS, but would rather sit around and relax. When participating in a DTS, you only get half the available DTS per DTA, or DTA per DTS. The DTA lost is instead used to rest, and if they participate in back-to-back DTS, they are considered rested. Errata must spend 2 back-to-back DTS to gain the rested state. Any leftover or unused DTA caused by this quality is discarded. Okay, so I am at 3.
You can make a turbo harsh drug where it's like you get supreme progress for 3 DTA, and then you got to back off for 3, and then you go hard again for 3, and then you back off for 3. Like you can curate your drugs around your other abilities. Like I'm giving you creative
Yes.
freedom to do with what you want with your.
I'm at the okay. So with the swordsmanship, so it would just be plus. Is it just or what? Okay. Let's talk about swordsmanship for a minute. Also, I have other montages that I need to take into account before I just say, "Hey, it's this." Okay, so I understand we had the low-grade muscle, the pills. I am at a 0 or weight as far as I know with my swords. My sword is currently broken, so I might just grab a training sword. But I also need to think about how to fix my broken sword. I have several poison catalysts. I have 2 sword fold. I have 43 sword energy, 6 sword power, and 2 sharpness aura. We're at a new thing, so I'll leave Qigong alone. I don't remember how much I reset on. Do we reset Qigong at the beginning of each session? No,
You don't.
didn't think so. Okay, then good that I left it there. Just swordsmanship. Base swordsmanship. I am not adding anything, I am just learning about the sword. Plus what for a 45 degree of success roll. Yeah, with a fairly good roll, what would you say? Can I say like plus 200 progress a DTA or per DTA?
Sure, 200 progress is fine.
Is that a low ball number?
It's a good solid number. Plus 200 to progress. That's a spicy number, my guy.
Yeah, because you also multiply it. Keep in mind.
Yeah,
Oh,
if you have a
yeah.
multiplier, you can target it because that's just a flat 200, which is now susceptible to a multiplier.
Okay, plus 200 progress per roll.
Now we're talking stonking big numbers. We like it.
Okay, plus 200 progress per roll. for swordsmanship training. For swordsmanship, yeah. For sword training. For base sword training. Is there that just targets gaining into Path of the Sword? So anything that I do to go down Path of the Sword gets plus 200 progress.
Pretty sure you could just say swordsmanship training.
Well, sure, but then I have demonic swordsmanship training. I have combination sword. There's
And you want to be able to train all of those things, right?
I do, but that then combines certain things, and so I don't know if that is appropriate, or if I should say it's base swordsmanship training, or if I should make then another pill say demonic swordsmanship training or combination swordsmanship training. Unless I do
Those
just want to say
are
swordsmanship montage.
those are time related. Remember the combination sword, the
Yes.
specters in front of those. You don't really get progress. You have to spend X time. You can add a percentile reduction on to that because you're just learning it faster. So instead of bonus to progress, you could be like, I reduce it by another 20% time wise.
Okay.
Because in addition to other percentile reductions that you already have.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just start with base, plus 200 per progress per roll, or per success, to training. Is there, if I'm just training, is that all I really need?
Bonus to
Or-
roll, bonus to progress, percentile time reduction. Those are the only things you know that you need currently. You can't use the pharmaceutical to generate in its current state without special resources.
Okay.
Sword
So plus one
materials, sword
roll.
energy, and other resources.
You said progress, bonus to the roll itself, bonus to progress, time reduction?
Yep. So if it says you don't get a roll, you just have to spend X amount of time, you can just be like, well, I want to reduce it by 20%.
20%.
Like the specters, you're not allowed to roll. You don't get to apply progress. You just have to spend time. Well, why don't you reduce the time?
Yeah, by a fifth. I'll take that. Okay, so time reduction by 20%. Okay. And then 200 bonus to a roll?
Sure. Why not?
Okay. Okay. So 200, 200, and 20% to, for, let's see, okay. And then I have to reread all the, okay, so scroll down. That was Nihilist. That cuts it in half. Montage Zealot. Montage, woo! When participating in a montage, each negative condition that the character incurs from their environment's tools, teacher, or other penalties while training gives a +1 progress for each, -10 to the training that the training provides. Okay, so we also just keep track of +1 per -10. That was Zealot. Hater. Gross. Who trains and reads books? Let's go out into town or maybe the spooky woods to find some trouble, or it finds you. When acquiring this quality, you forfeit 1 DTA each DTS and always have a -20 to rolls and -2 progress. To progress down to a minimum base of 1 when participating in a DTS. So there is a set -20 and a -2. Or -2 progress in that. Montage Master. One does not merely just montage, one must master the montage. When acquiring this quality, pick from these fields: training, research, crafting, or operating. When participating in downtime scenes, the player may roll twice and take the better roll when doing their chosen field. Any 1s or 100s rolled give interesting developmental quirks, or developments over quirks. So may roll twice to take the better roll when doing their chosen field. Okay. So roll twice. Okay. Montage enabler. You make montages better for everyone. +10 to other characters' roles and +1 to their progress when doing DTS DTAs. You do not benefit. Okay, so that goes out the window. Okay. So I'm up to needing to do swordsman training. Is anybody wanting to claim Eclipse for a month?
Go for it.
Okay.
By the way,
Are
I
you
have
gonna
your
use
new
your 10
theme
years?
song.
You need me to have a theme song, or
No,
you
I
have it?
have a theme song for you. So you can listen to this while your character is going full limitless.
Okay.
Like this is the cadence and the speed. It's a little bit of fun. So listen to it at your
Running
own
in the
like
90s.
your own pace. But it's the speed in which the song operates at. It's and the way that how fast the actor sings. You might actually be like, yeah, I could feel it. I'm going that fast, Mr. Krabs. It's like when you take the pill and then it's like the zoom in of your eyes and the eyes dilate and then you just the camera goes into the pupil and it's just like, wow. You know that
No.
cinematic.
Are you gonna use your 10 years of time dilation with Eclipse?
Yes, as well as having 10 years of these pills. Well, I want to also just talk to Eclipse real quick.
Sure. Well, let's hold off for a moment because we've
Understood.
been talking about it for
Yeah,
quite a while.
sorry.
This is important because we've
Yep.
reached plaid. We've reached criticality where you realize you have this thing that you can abuse in game, and that's not a bug. That's a feature. So
Okay.
give yourself some time to think it over, kind of plan a little bit, and then I'm gonna hop to the other guys for a moment. I'm gonna do a quick jaunt to Johnny because I just sent him some text. Mr. Johnny, do you have any
Yes.
questions about what I sent you?
No. I like the finishing off tier 1 for density harding. That sounds really fun.
Yeah. So you now have an exclusive track of specialized weapon power techniques that you can use. If you
Right.
don't have that density hardening, when you try and use it, or if somebody tries to use it, what happens is they wield the sword technique, but the energy disperses because they
Right.
can't condense the energy to a density enough.
I see.
So there are certain techniques that you need higher density training for,
Mhm.
and those techniques become deadlier and deadlier. And remember, you can only have one technique per tier of swordsmanship. Density
Yes.
techniques fit into that.
Gotcha.
You've also unlocked the ability to take on density powers. So powers is you would either have to perform a complex action, full action, or in some extreme cases, a maximum effort.
Mhm.
But then you have it for the rest of combat, and you don't have to spend additional resources.
Gotcha.
It's kind of like Slay the Spire powers. Once you pay for
Yeah.
it, it's there for the rest of combat. Same
Yeah.
thing.
Gotcha. Very nice. This is good. I've also done myself a solid of keeping all my sword power training amplifiers and my research training amplifiers. So I have, if I wanted, I could complete a progress bar to just using 10 of them. So that's fun.
It's good. You now have basically doubled your pool because now you have, for every one, you have one more power.
Yes.
It's a replacement effect from the previous, so whatever your original
Yep.
pool was. So you've doubled your pool, and then you have the density technique. The first level of density technique is it hasn't reached efficiency level. If you get your energy denser, you can start reaching efficiency where 1 power equals 2.
Right.
However, at this current level, it is actually more ideal to have power still be 1-to-1, because then you don't have to worry about going, well, everything's 2-to-1, but I only need to spend 3 power, but I can't spend 3 power. I have to spend 2, but I get 4, so actually I lose out. And then is there a penalty for overspending? So you also have an alternative effect. If you spend sword power and you want that efficiency, you can spend equal fatigue, but for every fatigue spent, you also add that many devastating to the hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, which is pretty lethal very quickly.
Okay. Well, I have weapon power now. I have. It should be 550 from just doing this tier 2, because it's 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40 plus 50, yada yada.
Do note your unassailable now applies to the sword, the arm, and the torso.
Gotcha. So
That's when
my sword power is, instead of just being on the sword in the hand, it's gone toward the torso. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
So that's why getting your sword power, your swordsmanship up, it extends the original thing you got.
Yeah.
So it's starting to be a problem, and you can now use that to like block stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and so long as the sword or the weapon energy isn't so potent that it can breach it.
Yeah.
And against non-energy infused things, you can just ignore it. It's like having a force field.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? So after I finish, I go to the Sword Elder and I let them know that I have completed my I've reached tier 10, and I need to know if I need to fold or if I just use the flux now after the fact. Um,
Save the flux for your next folding. You'll need it
right.
for the folding, right?
Right. Yes.
So
I
the
yeah.
folding, you will do at least one more folding. Some people prefer 2.
Mhm.
What this does is it replaces the next swordsmanship stage. So if you were to do it now, you've successfully entered 3. You're working towards 4.
Right.
Well, you can fold throughout the entirety of your journey to becoming 4, and it replaces whatever you would have done there.
Ah, interesting.
It's you're at the point where you have a modicum of freedom to your choice. However, there are ideal times and choices in which to fold.
Right.
Have you reached the stage in swordsmanship personally, not your tier of swordsmanship, but you, where you have learned something significant, so much so that you must purge impurities and graft these new discoveries into your sword?
Hmm. And that's not the same as just using my sword power arts, like for my shepherd's honing teeth technique that uses sword power. That's not the same. That's not what you're saying. That's more of
No.
just
When you
am I
clash
at
swords,
yes.
you take in impurities
Right.
because you're clashing with Tao
Mhm.
of another swordsman. Sure, you may wield the same swordsman roots and swordsman teachings, but you're fundamentally a different cultivator than the other individual.
Right.
And when you clash, especially when you wield what you've learned against each other, you will develop impurities. These are not bad. In fact, these are extremely good for you to do this. it lets you have glimpses if you know what to study and know what to look for, and have the fastidious mind able to meditate over these things you've learned. But then you must cast them out once you're done with them. And that is why you would fold again.
Right, I understand.
You mustn't wait at 9 and 10. The 9 and 10 levels of swordsmanship are extremely important. I would
Yes.
recommend doing at least one more folding. Maybe not immediate. I mean, you could do it now if you have something really important that you must study, internalize, and then expel the impurities. If not, then proceed as normal. Wait for folding.
All right.
The
I do have.
downside-
Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, all I
I've
was saying
interrupted you
is,
twice.
I have something new. Lyra will take the time to manifest Fate's Vessel. This coin I have, I can put power into it because it is the same aspect that I've made my fate into for sword power. As I spend my fate currency to just give myself sword power, like the power line, and I charge it up. This is something of me. This is my fate. But the aspect of being able to power it with sword power, it gives me more options now compared to just being the metaphysical side of what I was utilizing it before. Now, this could be an aspect that I could research in, I guess, and then use that as the thing I learn from for my next fold. But I still need to do the research, I guess, and I don't know, I guess, what I can get from it. But I feel that there's something important within it that I can grasp. But
Is it relevant to your swordsmanship, or relevant to the resource you use in swordsmanship?
the resource I use in swordsmanship, I suppose.
That would be an auxiliary resource.
Mhm.
They're helpful. Don't get me wrong.
Right. Yes.
And they definitely deserve your attention and time, but they're auxiliary.
Right.
Nothing you've said to me about it says anything other than you can get more sword power. That's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't improve your swordsmanship. It doesn't give you glimpses into enlightenment. It just makes you. It's an auxiliary battery, which is
Yes.
extremely important in prolonged fights, because we burn through our sword power very quickly. But if you have to kill 1,000 enemies and you actually have to put in effort, you're
Right.
going to run out. But that might make you go farther than you normally could. Maybe not the 1,000 enemies, but you could maybe slay 100 more. And that's a lot. So
Okay.
that's solid. You said there may be more to it. If there is more to it related to direct concentration and focus of swordsmanship itself, rather than being an auxiliary battery, then that's worth more attention and another conversation. But
Of course.
as it is, it's just a battery.
Right. Alara will flick it and have it go back into the ether. Well,
It's a
all
cool
right.
trick.
I learned it on the last opportunity. Being able to seize your fate is something, we had to do. But okay. So I guess, teacher, what is the next level of swordsmanship then I should be focusing on, since I've already chosen my my path for sword power? Is it more freeform at this point, where I I kind of choose, or is there already something for level 4?
There's something for every single stage.
Right.
Folding replaces the stage, but you miss out on what that stage would provide, which is
Right.
why you must be selective. I would recommend at least one more folding,
Right.
unless you have no opponents to learn from. Then
Right.
you don't need to fold again. I still recommend it if you can find a worthy enough opponent or teacher to clash blades with.
Okay.
Now, there are techniques that I may not be aware of. I know that there's a higher level of swordsmanship that I will never be able to reach. I know that Mr. Clips is a significantly better swordsman than I, but they also were able to be in the position to learn significantly more potent swordsmanship from the ground up at a young age.
Yes.
So obviously you can see the heritage and the legacy he has inherited through those teachings. He is a formidable swordsman. From what I understand, I believe he might be able to find a way that you can not only fold but also receive every step. But unfortunately, the earthly style teachings, with the exception of maybe a couple isolated schools that only focus on swordsmanship, one of the tiers of swordsmanship has to be sacrificed for folding again.
Right.
It is not ideal. If you make some sort of deal with Mr. Clips, so that you could not have to sacrifice one of the swordsmanship tiers, that would be worth it. You would be an entire tier ahead of everyone on the earthly road, with the exception of maybe 10 people. And you got another folding in, which is invaluable. And imagine he can teach you how to fold in addition to every tier. I've not seen a sword that dense. Potency and the power behind it, the aura. I haven't seen a density like that outside. Not even the sword saint has that high density. The sword master of Zone 6.
Right. Interesting.
Do be careful. Should go without having to say it, but cosmic cultivators are as far from human as cultivation can get.
Well, do remember, as he flutters his wings, that I'm not human, but I understand what you mean. I still have my earthly roots here as being an earthly practitioner currently. Well, actually, I'm more of a cosmic from our tribulations, but I get it. I do have plans to train with Eclipse, but I was actually going to wait until after the mirror. Because if my mirror image has all these powers, and I know it's going to be a hard fight.
Why are you shying away from a hard fight? Oftentimes those are the most beneficial.
It's true. It's true.
You have a tough choice. You can fight yourself in mediocrity, or you can fight yourself in peak form.
That's a good point.
You're moving quickly, but you could be moving much faster.
Oh, I do like speed, but that's the reason why I decided. Actually, he cuts himself off. Ah, right. Never mind. All right. Well. I will take these lessons and move forward with it. Oh, it is tempting to fight myself at a higher tier.
Think on it.
I will.
Because as of this moment, you are a mediocre swordsman, even by our standards.
It's fair.
I say that as encouragement, but also as it's meant as a soft-pitched insult to motivate you to do better.
Yes.
Because no one wants to be called mediocre. But at least you're not a poor swordsman. That would be something you would never want to hear.
That is true.
You know what? If
Okay.
you ever need to taunt someone, call them a third-rate swordsman with a fourth-rate master.
Oof. I see.
And
Wow, I
then
definitely
you will
don't have
reap the
that.
consequences rather immediately, because those are what I call fighting words.
Yes, yes. All right. Damn. Makes me want to utilize Eclipse now.
As you
We'll have the
ponder it
chance.
over.
Both of them.
I will say this. You will beat the shit out of yourself in the mirror. If you enter in peak form.
Mhm.
It'll be an eye-opening experience, and you have a solid chance of losing.
Yes, that's the issue. But
You
at the end of
don't
the day,
have to win.
yes,
You just need to live.
it's true. Well, I guess I'm prepared in a sense. If I use Eclipse, I don't have to worry about asking what the next one might be and focus on that. I don't have so much time left for the second. But what I do want to do next is my tribulation. I'll have to get to that. Lyre will bow and say, "Thank you, Elder."
As you please.
I think Lyre's gonna. So I'm on day 70, which is 2 months and 10 days in. I was expecting the need to fold here, but if I don't have to do the month fold, if I don't have to do the fold and flux after, because I was expecting to flux after this this tier here, I can do other things. What's everyone else on the timeline like?
I'm 9 days in.
I figured as much. Yep.
I'm not sure Chun-Po's actually done any days yet.
Good.
A couple of DTS. So you can
Yeah.
probably do your Eclipse, and Lar is already a month ahead, so then he would be available for Lar afterwards.
Okay. I do need to talk to Eclipse before going in for just some clarification on things, but otherwise, I believe that I am ready. But has Lyron done the? Has Lyron had the talkie baton pass the torch in a minute?
yet.
Yeah. Why not?
Today,
You can do it. We'll do it right now. Oh wait, no. Before I do it, I go to the vault. I wanted to see what our contribution points are looking like. Give me all the monies.
I don't want to.
I don't even know what that number would be, honestly, because we I mean, I got the alabaster sword in there now, and Chung Po has his $1,000,000 just sitting around.
Well, which monies? Just for clarification.
Treasury Vault. Sanctuary bonus.
Oh, the interest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Makes contribution points for the carnival.
Been a little bit. You only recently added the $1,000,000.
Correct.
But the Alabaster
But we had
Sword's
our
been-
sword vaults, and it was 6 months, at least from the training or the
Isn't it
time.
just a fixed? Isn't it a percentile number?
0.0004, I think, percent.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, just run the number.
Well, we don't know how much the Alabaster Sword is worth.
Oh,
And a
that's
few
what
other
you're
things.
wanting. The alabaster sword.
Yeah, because it was added to the sword vault, and the sword vault didn't lose anything so far from it.
Technically, it's invaluable.
Okay. Cool.
However, if you were to put a number on it, let's also call it $1,000,000
Okay.
in martial coins. Yeah, that's just for value wise.
Hmm.
But you can't just go around and get an alabaster sword or an ebony sword or any of
Yeah.
those like priceless
Ebony. That's what I was
materials.
trying to remember. What the dark side was, or the bad sword.
That's the sword.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
If you want, you can also check your own sword vault treasury.
But I know that the sword vault is going to be utilized for this next thing I'm going to do with Eclipse for getting that high.
We
in
have
the first
two
place.
people who want to
Yeah.
work with Eclipse, so somebody's going to have to wait a month.
Well,
then the other
Lars already a
person-
month ahead is the thing.
I'm 2 months ahead.
2 months ahead, so it's not going to overlap.
Go.
2 months, 10 days.
Now, as a note, I will have to do solo sessions.
Yep.
Casey's stuff was pretty straightforward because he was trying to achieve something very singular, but almost impossible. And it took him 10 years with a Cosmic Master to do it.
Yeah, he already had a progress bar for that one
but
in a sense. Yeah.
But that also got him a bunch of other stuff, and now he can just crank out pentacles like it's going out of style.
Have to wait, evidently. Otherwise, it's a bad idea.
Just churning them out. Factory line.
Yeah, I have technically 3 paths that of swordsmanship that I'm wanting to walk down. I'm hoping 10 years is enough for those 3.
Hold on. You should probably make some plans and talk to some people first.
That's the goal. I also need to talk to people.
Okay. All right. So, Laura, I know you're a month ahead. What would you like to do?
So at this point, I think it's either one of 3 things. One, it's what'd you call it before? Limit breaking. There's a course with Undying Sword Elder to go past your limits. You suggested that before we went on the last opportunity. Another thing is helping Chun Po out by finalizing the sale to Crawl if he wanted to do that with the beast carcass he acquired.
Yeah. I wasn't quite sure what else to do with the beast carcass, so yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, perfect. And the third one was doing research on my fate coin, my fate's vessel. And we talked about before, I was going to spend knowing to start that research process. I was going to Because the idea I have for myself is to use my Fate's Vessel in a Tesseract complex, because it is a physical object, and I have lots of merit for that. I was trying to decide what my next one was going to be, and I think that would be cool. But I need to know, as you stated, what are you even going to put into that complex? What is that Fate's Vessel going to do for yourself? And I'm sure there's lots of things I could do from knowing to kind of start that research process, and get that at least some idea to work with. So I could spend time doing that. I could also do a research project in a sword density power for myself, or maybe I'd get that from Eclipse in the first place. And I guess the other one that I'd like to do sometime is the date with Cooney, as that was requested last session.
Sure.
And it's more of just getting time. If the her discipline master will let her have a date or not.
Have you rolled luck? D1000. It's got to be 100 or less.
Okay, so this is a great time to figure out how this works, because the wording you have, as I bring it up here in my Savalar, will go to where did I put that? I put that in. It's in characteristics, as luck is its own characteristic. So the question I have is, take the next result on a probability roll, because that's the only way I can do it. But do I get to choose, or is it like I roll and then I get to choose one of them? Or is it just like literally the next probability roll you use, you roll even out of that those 5 you're rolling? I originally I thought you meant it's just like, hey, you roll your 5, and then I use a luck point to determine one of those 5 I choose.
So
Or is it?
basically, spend a luck point to
Yep.
gain a temp narrative point, or gain a temp for currency, or take the next result. Basically, instead of constantly being bereft of luck results,
Yeah.
you would roll 5, pick one of the 5.
That's what I kind of figured. That's what I thought it was supposed to be, but the wording made it sense. Like, do I just take literally the next roll that's done, or
In
yeah,
the,
okay,
in
sounds
the
good.
singular case, when I wrote it, my mind was saying you would roll 5. You
Mhm.
only get to pick one.
Yeah.
Or you only get one result, so you would then pick the next result, but the next result is one of the 5. So basically, it's pick one of the 5.
Yeah. So luck points spent. Wow.
Holy fucking shit!
Well, I'll take the 20.
2 first 2 rolls. It's like
And then
two ones.
I can reduce that by 3, by 5, and by 3 again. And I can also choose to roll less than that as well, if I wanted to.
Well,
with the
CUNY's available
great
for a
one.
date. However,
Cool.
once the date is over, you won't be able to go on a date with them for quite a while.
I figured as much. Cool. Excellent. Slotted in.
Yeah. You know what? You roll another one. This time, they're just gonna show up and be like, "You busy?"
Oh, for you? Never.
This way, as they just grab you and pick you up, kind of manhandle you a little bit because they're just a behemoth. As they picked you up and
Gorgeous.
threw you over her shoulder and previously and say, "This one's
The
mine."
classic.
She's doing that again. The classic.
The
thing.
classic. Yeah.
Yeah. They're actually going to take you to one of the restaurants, one of the hard to get in restaurants in the troop. And they kind of reserved one of the side rooms with the not the paper doors, but with the curtain flaps.
Mhm.
A little bit of privacy, but you're still not one in the one of the exclusive rooms.
Ooh, this is very nice.
The smell of her is interesting. She smells like the forge, and your swordsmanship automatically is going not wild, but it's ponderous because you're in the key part of your development as a swordsman, and as such, you're highly attuned to anything related to the sword because you're a sword obsessor, and the smell of the forge has kind of opened your mind to a different avenue of swordsmanship or a different part of swordsmanship, the crafting of it.
Yes.
And they smell like a blacksmith's forge. Probably why they also picked the side room because they do reek. And it's not just sweat and whatnot. It's the whatever fuel they were burning. It is really hard not to smell it. They also smell of like iron and other like aggressive metals.
Yeah.
Which you can only find in a cultivator world. The smell of soot. It's kind of choking. You're not sure you're going to be able to smell your food because it's pretty potent.
That's all right. My eyes are locked on Cooney as I haven't seen her in it's been over 6 months now. So
yeah, the food does not stop coming, and whatever you don't eat, they do. They do put a sword in front of you, just unceremoniously, just on the table with a sheath.
Ooh.
And between bites, they're like, "Made it for you while I was thinking about you. I think this might help you, but I have no idea." Kind of made this in a what they call a furnace haze, as they continue to shovel food in their mouth. Furnace haze is when you are so exhausted, but you keep working, that fatigue of the body wears away, and you enter not a trance, but a delirium. And whatever you were thinking about during the delirium is what is produced.
Interesting.
And I was worried you didn't have a sword strong enough and durable enough for training. So that's what I ended up making. My master said, "Go rest. You just had a furnace haze like bout, and you're not allowed in the workshop until you recovered." So
is that way? Oh, good. I'm glad I can help you recover here.
Yeah. So I made this for you.
Lyra will take it and give the little quick look. Sheath back. Ooh.
Sheath does not come off easily. In fact, do you think there's a lock mechanism, or it's fucking stuck? Oh, the sheath doesn't come off. You have to wield the sheath to the point where you break it, and think of it as like a cocoon for the sword side. What you hit the sheath with tempers the blade in the inside. So it's a training sword until it enters metamorphosis and emerges as a true sword. So it's a 2-in-1 deal. The sheath is meant to be destroyed over time. Try not to have the sheath break in only specific parts. Try and use every part of the sheath to have it break collectively. But don't worry, the sheath, apparently, Master said, and I quote, "That looks durable."
Good to hear. All right. Well, I mean, I was going to wait a little bit, but since you got me something, I might as well show what I got you too. And he'll provide the wooden box and put it in front of her.
Wooden box. They'll flick it open with a chopstick. They're a little uncouth at the moment.
Yeah.
What's inside, Mr. Johnny?
It is the hairpin.
They'll immediately just jab it into their bun at the back of the head with the other hairpin. Love it. And they pause for a moment. Oh, that ablates misfortune. It's really helpful.
Yes.
Just gonna reach over, grab you by your front shirt, haul you across the table, give you a smooch, shove you back.
Thanks, Cooney. Yes. While I was in that last opportunity, I thought to myself, what can I get for Cooney? And
As you should.
I
Can I have
know
another
that
4 plates of meat, please? As they yell it to the server.
I know that you're forging your own luck, and I was like, oh, I can't just give you something that gives you some good luck. What about if I help with the bad? It's only temporary, but it is flawless. So I hope you enjoy it.
That's why it's smooch worthy. That's why I gave you a reward on top of your reward. Good craftsmanship's hard to come by.
Yes, the craftsman reminded me a little bit of um, myself and you, I guess, as he's a fiery definer, but he's also a forge master and works with that as well. So it's the convergence of it all came to this, and yeah, I'm excited to see what you can make from it. It's going to be good. What else did I want to say? Oh, you got my my letter in the Dow clay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good,
Out
good,
there,
good, good.
just shoveling in plates of meat and
Yeah,
other foods.
learning about the foundations for us was something, and I was like, you know what, I need one for you too. So, and more is better too. So if you find any more when you're doing your to add extra things to it, so let's that'll be good. So how would you describe your master, Cooney? What are they
An
like?
asshole.
An asshole, eh? Are you learning lots from them though?
Yes.
Excellent. That's what I like to hear.
I mean, they're insufferable.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it every day that he opens his fucking mouth. But he doesn't kind of know what he's doing. He doesn't have a nose for metals like I do.
Right.
And I think he knows it, and I think it makes him pissed. Because I can tell the purity of a metal and what's wrong with it and what needs to be done just by smell. If I taste it, I know everything about the metal I need to know. And I think he worked long and hard, raising his sense of hearing and his eyesight and just the sense of touch whenever he hits it, coupled with the hearing to make up for it. But I just have that just because of my physique. And I think he's still not over it.
That's too bad for him.
No kidding. But I mean, he's not teaching me incorrect things, although I probably would know if he was trying to teach me wrong things.
Right.
Because obviously, if he's going to teach me something to sabotage my ability to grow as a smith, I probably catch on pretty quick, considering my advantages.
Right.
So, yeah. I've already started to create a bunch of prototypes for inspection. So you got to create 100 identical swords. And I do mean identical. It is way harder than you think.
Oh, of course. Yes.
The hard part is about 50 in, you immediately go, I should have made this improvement at the beginning. But you can't. You can't make any deviation. You can't make any correction or improvement. You have to make 100 identical pieces of shit. Because by the time you're like 90 in, you know they're garbage. But that's
I
not
bet
the
you
point.
learned a lot from the garbage. Exactly. Yes.
We're going to be selling that garbage at checkpoint 4. So,
Good to hear.
but what's garbage to me is apparently supposed to be good for someone else. Made 100 mundane mastercraft swords.
Ooh.
They're still piles of shit. I hate them. I hate every time I think about them. I hate every time I dream about them. They haunt my nightmares. I hate them all. Like I could make so many improvements, but I'm not allowed to because that's not the exercise. And it bothers me. I don't know why. I do know why, but making excuses. And no, you can't have them.
Oh, that's fine.
Although I might give them to your Dow companion Lyron. I hear he destroys things when he uses them, and I would love to see these destroyed. Even if I have to start. But
Laren sneezes.
Oh, speaking of destroyed, Lar will take out Guts's blade and put it down in front of her. This was something a cut with nothing, I do believe. So you can see it in action here.
I'll study the cut edge. Yeah, there's nothing to learn here. Smell. I don't even want to try and taste it. That is disturbing.
Hmm.
You know what? I think I'll gift this to my master, and just for the sole sake of pettiness, so he loses his ever-loving mind trying to figure this out.
Good.
As for the rest of the sword, beyond the cut line, this sword is built for durability above all else.
Yes.
Its cutting edge is a different alloy meant to keep its edge at all times, but not too sharp. It's part bludgeon, but mostly a sword. I mean, that's what buster swords are. You don't want an overly sharp sword of an enormous size. It's pointless. An enormous sword is for impact, but if the sword is too sharp, you don't get the impact from the heavy blade. So you might as well just have a small and swift blade. So if you ever go into heavy swords, or daedaos, or sabers, then never over sharpen your blade, and never over sharpen the blade with sword aura, because it defeats the purpose.
You miss
An
out
impact from a saber should crack the bones of a man trying to block it.
Right. Makes sense.
Because then you don't get to wield the weight. So this is pretty ideal craftsmanship, at least in execution and design. However, the metals are, as they give it the sniff and lick test, this is a disposable sword. This is meant to be destroyed.
Right.
The metals in here are not common, but they're not quite uncommon. And they're processed in a way that brings out the maximum properties of the metals used. This is a good sword probably until you reach Kazukokan.
Right.
And then you're going to need up your standard.
Now, Kuni, if I also have the armor of this that goes with this in a sense, would you have any use for that?
Probably a scrap and study. Turns out I'm no longer an apprentice, I'm no longer an idiot, which is lower than an apprentice. An apprentice is anyone who is still learning. I'm still learning, but I'm not forged fresh.
Yeah, I don't know who I could better give this to. It's berserker armor. My companion Chung Po might have use of it.
Put it up on an armor stand that brings out the damage done to it, and then study it. Especially if you've ever, injure your wrist or like you have to do some recovery. If you need to recover, study the cut lines, because I bet He's a berserker. Not all of those cut lines were dealt by you.
Right.
You can study other people's swordsmanship if you know how to study damage,
Mhm.
especially to armor, because armor bears the weight, of our ambition
Of course, yes.
and the ambition of others, and it is probably one of the most iconic things you can study. You can study sword damage, like chips in the blade, scratches, scarring on the blade itself, but nothing speaks to us like armor does.
Right.
That's why I recommend wearing armor and not just run around like a sword fairy who wears fluttering robes and clothes and relies on artifacts for protection. No, fucking wear some armor. Not only is it protective, if it wears out and you need a new one, you can study why this one wore out and what you can do as a fighter to make your armor last longer.
Yes, yes.
Because there are armor techniques so that you know how to take a blow. In fact, you can combine some basic armor techniques with your sword power to ablate sword hits. You take the hit, them thinking they're going to take you out, and then you angle the armor just right, and the sword goes that way instead of cutting you.
Mm.
And now they're wide open because they thought they had a kill blow, and then you run them through or cut them in half.
Yeah.
Or cut them down or whatever. The Eastern people really just are obsessed with this like flowing robes swordsmen, and only the guards and other like servantry, soldiers and whatnot, wear armor because they have sense. But everyone's like, I don't need it. I'm a swordsman. I'm so powerful. It's worse on the Heavenly Road, from what I understand.
Oh, I bet. Yes.
Yeah. But again, some of their clothing is so durable, it might as well be armor. But that's only for rich people. Because you gotta be stylish before you go wear protective stuff, which is absurd to me. But
I think there's DAOs about that too, honestly, of just how good do I look? It's just
well, if that's your Dow and it protects you because you are as stylish as possible, then still wear armor under your style.
I know, right?
Or maybe you incorporate armor into your style and you wear the fanciest armor you possibly can and you just look dapper. And then that also increases the protectiveness. I don't know how this works. But anyways,
Yes.
I'm done eating as they just slap down a wooden plaque.
Great.
That should pay it. You're coming with me. I'm going on a walk.
There we
As they
go.
kind of pick you up and just haul you away. And then I'm gonna jump to Lyron.
Yeah,
But
please.
the rest of the walk is just talking with Cooney. They
I'm
love the
refilling-
Forest, hate the Master.
I'm refilling up on my success, having my my partner there with me is giving me it's refilling the meter of what from my failures to what I see as success. So okay,
So
sounds good.
yeah, they have a few gripes and complaints. Like they made a couple of the neophytes cry because they can't fucking like deliver fuel to the furnace on time, and they're missing heat intervals. And they're like, I hate it when men cry. You're only allowed to cry if I die, because then I won't be there to see it. And yes, you're allowed to cry over me. Understand?
I understand, Goody.
Just it's so unmanly. But maybe you could possibly do a manly cry. I don't know, but the creatures who broke down into just whatever that was, they're not men. That was pathetic. I was disgusted. It's like, pull yourself together, go get me more fuel. But yeah, the rest of the talk is a little bit of banter back and forth, but mostly it's what we're gonna do next, what projects are coming up, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I'll just listen in and then give Cooney what's happening to me, and kind of go from there and enjoy the day. Let's just be in the moment.
Okay. Then we move to Lyron. Thank you very much for being patient, Casey.
Good.
What is Lyron up to?
Well, we started out by working on flexibility, and my master gave me a full body massage, basically.
With a sonic attack,
Yes,
basically.
with a sonic attack. And that's where we left off. So, still working on flexibility, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where to go from there because they haven't told me what the next step is.
Okay. We're going to get you a montage.
Montage.
Your master really doesn't do montages. They more do organized training regimens.
Okay.
Because they're a robot. But it's the same thing. Mechanically.
I also never got the text for the Pinnacle Art of Force, but I imagine it's a very similar text to Untact.
Kind of, yeah. Since it is a skill, basically your limit of expression comes down to dot.
Cool. I'll just write that down there. All right. So, training regimen for flexibility.
I mean, they're basically just going to stretch you every different direction.
So, not much actual input on my character's side.
Correct.
Just ring me out, basically.
One moment. I put. There it is. Do 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 do. Okay. I'm just gonna send you this in a
Dim.
I dim. Because that's what cool kids do.
My God.
How much time do you want to spend on this?
I spent 9 days so far. How much time does my master think I need to spend before starting to teach me more movement mechanics and then footwork and then his swordsmanship?
5 stages of flexibility at least for base minimum requirements.
And 5 stages. Which I imagine isn't reduced by any sort of progress or anything. Oh, I've got an escapable bypass tier 2 now.
When escapable
What if I already
bypass
have
goes up
dodge
to,
mastery?
then you move on.
Okay, so it just does nothing. Okay.
Yeah. So an escapable bypass gives you.
We already got one
It
from
redu-
dodge the undodgeable or whatever it is called.
Yeah, but you worked it up to reduce minus 100, right?
No. Hold on. Roll a lot. Where is it? Tier 10. Yeah, it's minus 100 and then ignore
So
the
this
first
now adds
unavoidable quality.
1 tier. So it goes up to tier 11. So it's now reduced by 110.
Cool. In acrobatics. Check marks in acrobatics. Okay.
Remember, you gain the reactions, but you're still, unless it says limit. So these are particularly potent because they raise your reaction limit. So enjoy.
Oh yes. Thread
And these
tier. Sorry.
What is? Are you making fun of me now? Is that what
Only a
happened?
little.
Only a little. Fuck. Well, I suppose I could just not let you have cool things.
No, 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 no. I'll take cool things.
That's what I thought.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Inside physicality. Check mark that would be gained. Oh. Get enlightened. I guess I will have mastery in acrobatics at the end of this, so. Oh, agility bonus to my soak? Neat.
But even if you're hit, you twist it out of the way. Part of the damage.
Mm-hmm.
So this is triangle math. So 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5. Each one is a week.
Okay.
So 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. So it'll eat up months pretty quick.
Sure, but if we're in
But
the
I'm-
training room, that reduces them by how much? Let's
By
go
whatever
up.
is in there. But
Yeah.
yes, it does reduce it by time percentile because it's a time training. But hopefully, flexibility is tasty.
It is quite nice.
So
So let's see how much time that took. Not a sword.
3 weeks, 6 weeks,
Not
10 weeks,
the
15 weeks.
relic. Yeah, but it's minus a bunch. Where the heck is... Oh, this is the sword cradle. I want the sword sanctuary.
+5, and then reduces by up to a month, no less. So you can't go below a month, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so it only reduces the last one by a week. So it's 14 weeks? 4. No, so 1, 2, 3. It's 19 weeks. No, it's 14 weeks. 14 weeks, yeah. That's basically all my time to that. And I've got, so that's 15 weeks that I've spent. Hi. Of the 6 months that we have. Hey, stop it. That's 3 3/4 months that I've spent so far, including the 9 days. Okay, I've got plenty of time left. Pretty quick on that. Are there things that we're going to want to collaborate with for the next event, or should I continue to train?
You're asking your buddies,
Oh,
right?
companions, yes.
So, in my opinion, for what we know so far, it's something personal and not something collaborative.
True.
At least that's what I think. Maybe there's some hidden modifier where it's like a group combat we could go through, but I'm pretty
Fine, I'll
sure.
put you
all
guys in my
individual
crystal
fights.
ring,
Yeah,
and then
that's what I thought. Yeah,
I'll take you guys out when I'm fighting.
Baby was crying, so I stepped away. I am not entirely sure the question that you asked.
I think Lar answered it pretty well. Of the,
Cool.
we don't really
Sounds
need
good.
to collaborate because this is all personal stuff. With our training, at least.
Yeah. The only thing I could think of would be like an aspect of for spotlights on anybody, but like I don't think I have spotlights, but I do have the wrong thing. Okay, the other page, all the way down. Montage enabler. If anybody's doing montages, can I might not be there montaging with them, but if they montage, I enable.
Okay.
Currently, it's only a +10 +1. So
Mine is unfortunately all time based.
and
That's my. Hey, what is your issue, puppy? So I guess once when flexibility is done, they probably want to work on movement mechanics again, and I'm very good at doing that quick.
Did you find your reduction numbers?
It's just -1 week total because it cannot reduce below a month, so it's only the last, the 5-week one that.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I've
You
spent
saved yourself a week, so it's nice.
3 3/4 of my months so far.
Cool. And they're gonna give you a studious gaze. And that is sufficient for now, but your flexibility will have to be further increased for proper teachings, but we can at least proceed a little bit further.
Thank you, Master.
Do know that flexibility beyond this point will drastically change your physiology. The body of a contortionist is what I'm trying to move you towards, because they move certain parts of their body which goes all different directions. Definitely with, human joints do not move this way. This is what we have. Complete freedom of movement through every aspect of our body. So getting you as close to this as possible so that I can teach you the way of the singularity in a flesh body. But eventually we will hit a point where you cannot learn any more because you do not have the proper physique.
Very well. Hopefully by that point we'll be in the cosmos and I can make the transition to the energy body.
That would give you superior mobility and flexibility. However, you do run into one singular problem compared to the singularity body. Singularity body has joints and parts. Certain things move, certain things do not move. This is on purpose. With an energy body, all things move. There is no rigidity.
Well,
To
I can
twist it,
already harden energy into a shield. So I could
then you
harden them into
might need
joint-like
to build
things.
yourself a frame so that your body consistently remembers what shape it's supposed to be in. That will be one of your greatest problems. If outright your only core problem, learning martial arts, is over time, and when you accumulate more energy, where do you put it? How is it structured? How is it accumulated? Does it run wild? Are you able to control it? And if you have no rigidity, your body will just become an amorphous mass over time.
Hmm.
So if you want to remain human shaped, you must force your body to remember at all times. And often, you might have to imprison parts of it so that it has no choice. That's why we use this body, like this. As you can clearly see, like the forearms don't move, but the wrist has full flexibility and movement because it has a ball joint. But the palm and top of the hand don't move. The rest of the joints do. So
Well, I think that that's a problem that could be solved by that point. So I'm not going to worry about it too much at the moment.
you could also incorporate a skeletal structure by intaking specific rare materials that help conductivity of energy and flow of energy, but also providing internal rigidity.
Sure. Plenty of options there, I imagine.
Correct. But for now, you should be flexible enough to learn the next pieces. Any further, we will have to greatly alter your body, which will take more time than you have available before your next opportunity.
Yes, I think it is time to go on to the next stage of training. So I need to be able to fight a swordsman of myself.
Correct. And they too will not have your flexibility. But this is good. They will twist and move themselves in ways you didn't think you could or should. If you are unlucky, you will find a young version of me wanting to challenge you.
Oh yes, in case there's a reason that they might have decided to become a singularity.
If you do find the young version of me, it will most likely be as a singularity. Do make sure that you cannot hear anything. You must remove your ability to hear. I will use the chants against you, and I will be able to reach a higher stage of the chant because I'm a singularity. I'm not affected by specific dissonant frequencies because the body is durable enough to handle it. You will shake apart, especially if you allow it to enter your eardrum. It's not merely enough to cover the eardrums. You must completely remove your ability to hear and protect the canal itself.
Well then, I think I need to practice using these new eyes I have as well.
Only if you wish. If you're more comfortable remaining blindfolded, so be it.
Sure. Well then, sensing while deafened is also another thing that I think should be practiced.
You also can refuse specific bouts. If you reach the second stage, you do not have to accept the challenge.
True. True.
So choosing a proper opponent is also part of the second opportunity of that particular mirror. If you pick the wrong opponent, either that was your luck, your misfortune, or just bad choice, your inability to discern a proper matchup.
Fair. Okay.
Besides
So
Mhm.
footwork then?
footwork. Now that you're flexible enough, we can begin. Footwork with movement mechanics is both easier and harder at the same time. They will show you it proper footwork 10 times in rapid succession. You have to memorize it, replicate it, and if you fail, well, there are head chops in your future.
Okay. Then I shall not fail.
Yeah, don't.
How does this work rolls wise?
Once again, it's just going to be a time because your master's training you. You don't need to do rolls.
Okay. Is this going to be progressing movement mechanics further, or is it a separate thing?
Just footwork. And then they'll increase some movement mechanics, and then they'll finish off footwork.
Okay.
They're not sure exactly how much time it'll take you to learn it.
Oh wait, I could have been doing this in the orb, which would have halved the time from the first one.
Sure, if you want, you can get that. You can get that time back if you like.
Okay, because I realized that the time reduction of the training room is not all that helpful unless it's a very long time. It only reduced it by a week as opposed to by half, which it would have been 7.5 weeks instead of 15. And how long is the footwork plus the movement mechanics going to take then?
You're probably going to get through. Well, if you have the time, then that's not too bad. We're going to be following the weak triangle.
Oh, okay. So up to tier 5 would be another 7.5 weeks, which would bring me back to the same amount of time. And I imagine I
Correct.
need the mechanics past that.
Mhm.
So tier 5 of footwork then. So keep the timeline the same as it was before. Keep hopping baby burb. Okay.
Baby burp. Caw.
Ooh, a free action limit.
Unacceptable.
So what's funny is if my reflection also has my brow mark, which I don't know if that can be copied. The pinnacle arts don't do anything against each other.
Yeah, basically you counteract each other's pinnacle arts all the time.
TPS 0 for both of us.
You guys basically have you'll do the same fucking chants. So you guys have the same reinforcements.
Yep.
Or you just cancel out each other's chants.
All the debuffs just don't do anything. Well, they do. They just make it into numbers again. I'm still fairly certain that one hit from either person is still going to kill each other. Though I guess actually no. My conflux lets me hit people with nothing in their
Yeah.
POS. Triangle of power. Blah.
You do have a thing that is non-replicatable. Nothing cannot be replicated.
Yep. And the things that affect nothing also do nothing.
Yeah.
But
So
remember what nothing is.
nothing.
Cheese.
It is cheese. I do like putting cheese on things.
And you do remember that you have to go in there with a special time device so that
Yep.
it can summon a copy of you that wields swordsmanship had you not taken nothing. Because if you go in as is, you don't get a fight. You can't summon a copy of you.
Yep.
In your current state. Which is kind of goofy.
So it might not have trained the pinnacle arts that I did. The reason I did that was because of nothing. Fine. But I'm also just going to be walking in with no gear. Plus a ring.
Mhm.
Add your agility bonus as a fumble chance. To what? Just something else somebody's doing towards me?
To an attack.
To an attack. Okay.
Once I get 4 in, I'll edit that one. A little bit of errata.
Fumble chance.
Attack me against you must, or not must. H. I'll add that. I have the errata. That's not how it's spelled.
Junpo has returned. Did everybody go on break?
Yeah, I'm typing some stuff, but we're about to. So
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
You're good.
there are your 5 stages of footwork. Not correct that. I think I might have.
Still counts towards average. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Free action limits are really nice.
No big ticket things like bonus action or half actions, but free actions.
Most of my stuff is free action, so that is a pretty big ticket thing.
Well, its limit, it doesn't actually give you the free action itself.
Correct, but I can get a free action whenever I spend a key.
Well, there you go, bud.
Limit is the hard cap on that.
Any further than this is a little hard. They're going to start focusing on movement mechanics. But now that you have flexibility in footwork, you feel far more mobile. Moving around is in comparison to what you were a couple months ago.
Okay. And I did reach tier 20 on an escapable bypass. Does that provide another ignoring of unavoidable?
It
for a
does.
counter.
Yes, it does. And now you ignore up to 200
100.
negatives. Yeah. Very nice.
Yup.
Alright.
It is the break time. The dogs are wanting to go outside.
I am gonna hop over to Smelly Kitchen. I am feeling an extra way of hungry today, so I will make the sojourn. I should eat my salad, but I've been having salads for 2 weeks, so I'm feeling a little bit.
Balance in all
Undisciplined.
things.
Yeah, I want a
Balance in
breakfast
all
burrito.
things.
So I'll be back. It'll probably
I'm
be
just
20
mad
minutes.
at the Thanos card. He's so bad.
He's so bad, but he's also like he's
Super
just
thematic.
board wipe .deck.
Yeah, he's thematic. It's fine.
All right.
I will have questions for Eclipse whenever, but
Oh yeah,
15 or 20 minutes.
I think we're probably going back to
11.
you when we get back. So
You know what? Hop on my phone on the way over, Mr. Poe, and we can have that scene on the way over. How about that?
oh yeah,
Sounds
that
good.
works. I
If you would
will
like,
return.
yes.
I'm gonna go get myself a fruit bowl.
Let's see. You sure you want to do that, or
Do what, William? Is that your wife?
no, I was actually Matt said that he was going to have the or a scene with Eclipse before I do anything, going in over the phone as he's walking, and I'm just like, I don't know. I mean, we can do that. I don't mind, but you sure you want to do that?
I'm sure Matt will be fine.
So far, the montage, stacking, I am making it work.
Good.
It is I, but on the phone. Yeah. Were you able to give that song a listen?
Yes, I did. That was great. That was a beautiful song. I don't think I need these anymore. Chunpo will walk up to Eclipse. Hello.
Is that a proper way to
I
greet
am
us?
proper way to greet a
Senior.
I give a bow and a martial salute, and what is the proper way?
That's better. But approaching someone of my status and just saying hello is unacceptable in every circle of social society. In fact, greeting me as such gives me social permission to literally execute you. So do think on that. However, we are in a deal, and I still have things I want from all of you, so I suppose preserving your lives would be to my benefit. Just don't ever forget etiquette, and don't ever forget to be polite, especially to someone ahead of you. Even if you hate them with every fiber of your being. You can still be polite. It might save your life.
Why was saying hello not polite?
Saying hello alone shows that you're on the same status as me, the same echelon, the same level of hierarchy. You are not. You are a junior. You are so far beneath me, I can't even see you down there.
Fair enough. What is the proper way to speak to you?
A bow and a martial greeting is sufficient in this particular case. Normally, you would kowtow to someone of my station. There's a delicious complexity to social nuance and etiquette based off of station and the disparate difference between said stations. You are color ranks. The level of bow would have to put your head through the floor. So a kowtow would be sufficient. However, we are in a amenable position, such as we are exchanging resources, teachings, and other things. So a sufficient, let's say, 90-degree bow, as well as a martial greeting, will be sufficient in this case. You would hold the bow for no less than 3 seconds, but any more than 10 seconds would bore me. So let's call it 4.
I reproduce the greeting that Eclipse has described. I was curious about the specifications of the time dilation and what what teachings you have knowledge of.
I have a well-rounded education in the ways of cultivation. My specialties are cruelty, mercilessness, and swordsmanship, and star power, as in suns or burning orbs in the sky.
Understood.
But as for the
If
rest, I'm sufficient.
While inside of the time dilation, could you supply different negatives to me while we train in montage?
That would be rather simple.
Could you do up to negative 800?
I could kill you with the negatives alone if I
Sure.
tried.
Swordsmanship, combination sword, and demonic sword style. Do you have knowledge of these? Or, well, specifically combination and demonic sword
With
style.
the sword, I know things, even if it's not what I practice. I have fought enough of them, and I am, let's call it, talented in the sword, even by the cosmic standards.
The last thing I am curious about, because I have another bonus to it, would be any forbidden knowledges, as I am a student of the forbidden.
I knew a few, but that doesn't mean I'll share them with you. Forbidden knowledges are forbidden for a reason and or hard won. I'm not just going to freely and openly share what I have earned through the shedding of blood, both my own and the shedding of others.
Within the 10 years, there is no way to learn, or no way that I have earned the forbidden knowledge. Or
Sir,
a
you would
glimpse.
have to pay me.
Understood.
By the way, I'm going into the shop, and then so give me about 5 minutes, and I'll get back in the car, and we can continue the scene. But,
Sounds good.
I've arrived, and I must.
Consume.
No, I must buy first.
Understood. Hey Casey. Or Johnny. My bad. I think Sutherland's still there.
All right.
Hello.
Hello.
All right, I have acquired the good.
No.
All right, ready, Mr. Pope?
I believe so.
kind of pauses after saying you would have to pay me. Well, first, what is it possibly that you could want to know that is forbidden?
Anything to do with demonic swordsman training?
That has nothing to do with forbidden. That's just common knowledge. Unless you're looking for forbidden techniques, which I don't recommend. You don't have the physiology for it in the first place. I thought you were talking about star language or the sword string method or things of actual value. So, no, those wouldn't be forbidden. That would just be, let's call it uncommon knowledge. It's not even obscure.
What is sword string and star language? Well,
Things you
that's a
don't need to
direct
know.
and you. Okay, understood. Just things. I am still ironing out every detail of it, but I'm still looking at all the bonuses that I could get. But yes, I intend to put myself under extreme stress in this montage.
You'll break. Do you have an organized plan for when you will rest so that you do not unravel?
Out of character with. Hang on a second. Scroll all the way. That's not the right thing.
10 years of
All the way
rolls
down.
at extreme stress will overtax your character.
With montage nihilist, it says that half of my DTA goes to
Rest. There you go.
DTA.
There you go.
Yeah. Yes.
Montage nihilist saving you in the end. Because you're like, I ain't working that hard. Fuck that.
Basically. But when I'm working, I'm putting it under extreme stress because of montage zealot.
As you do.
Yes, and montage hater automatically puts a -20 on me, so I get a +20 technically, but yeah, that just almost kills itself.
What is it that you want to spend all this time doing?
I want to get to as high as I possibly can along the progress bars of those three things. With combination sword, I realize that one is just a time dedication. I have a -45% to time required with what I currently have and my lovely little drugs. I want to be able to feel comfortable with the sword in a way that I actually will walk up into combat and not just say, I have all this stuff. I want to feel like I actually am using it. So a montage to get to a level of high number strength, and then, well, if there is time left over, researching and developing a type of swordsmanship that is a fast demonic style with heavy weighted swords.
You don't have the qualifications to develop your own swordsmanship. You don't even
Fair
know how
enough.
to wield a sword in the first place. That
Fair enough.
belongs to those who've actually cut a man down with real swordsmanship, who actually are considered a true swordsman. You haven't even taken your first true step into swordsmanship.
And then those steps as well.
It is better you just learn something that is already developed.
Combination and demonic would be sword arc cutter. The demonic sword technique of indignation sword arc cutter is what I currently have. Going down that path to its completion.
It's probably garbage, and if you need me to, I can teach you something better. Things on the earthly
Absolutely.
path are limited to the scope of the earthly path.
If there is something along those lines that is cosmic, then yes.
Well, it depends on how your perspective of the world and your mindset operates. If you're still stuck on the ground, then perhaps we continue to have you learn whatever it is you're learning. However, combination blow is not limited to the earthly road. It is, let's say, a complementary style. You're not overriding your swordsmanship along your demonic preferences by using it. And yes, I can help you finish the combination sword style. It's not too difficult. Although your physicality could use some work. Combination sword style at its peak is a never-ending torrent of attacks, but it puts a great strain on the body. And if your body isn't trained to take that stress, well, you tire quickly and can't swing the sword anymore.
Is it a bad idea to try and add heavy weight to that?
And you'll tire even more quickly. You need to have considerable strength for what you are attempting to do. And not just strength itself, but you need to have proficient knowledge in momentum. Because when you swing a sword, as he makes a gesture with his hand, kind of like a chopping motion, you must engage the hand or the sword swing with energy and strength. Some people will argue, yes, you can do so without strength, and you can use flexibility. You can even use gentleness. But for you, it'll be strength. When you swing it, you must exert. But you must also exert to stop it. The heavier the object, the more energy you have to put on both sides. In fact, I would even argue that stopping the sword is far more taxing than swinging it in the first place. Combination sword blow should never engage in the act of stopping the blade. It should always be exertion to swing it, and it should be a never-ending series of swings.
So I should want to kill anything that I choose to swing a sword at, because I'm not stopping.
Well, that's the name of swordsmanship in the first place. You don't swing a sword because you want to be kind and preserve lives. You want to murder. Sure, you can save lives, but you're still doing it through murder. That's what a sword is, and that's what swordsmen are. We are professional killers. You can dress it up any which way you want. Now, it's not that you want to kill every which thing in every which direction. I'm merely talking about momentum preservation. Swing and follow up on the swing. Have it flow into the next swing and the next one and the next one. And you can continue to preserve internal energy while preserving weight. And the only thing that should stop your swing is the impact of another person. And oftentimes you should use the blade to cut through them. If they're able to block, not parry, but block, well, they've done all the work for you. They have arrested your swing. They have spent the exertion to stop your attack. You should never stop the blade on your own. That's just an absurd waste of internal strength and resources, and it'll tire you very quickly at the highest level. So use other people.
Yeah, what do you do when you cut down the last person?
You slam the ground or some other object, or you just keep
Stop.
going. Why stop? If you have enough momentum, especially if you're in the dead of space, swing it in a direction. Start gaining momentum so you can move in that direction quickly. You can use it to move around in space, you know.
Fair enough.
That is the true combination sword. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes a never-ending torrent.
Oh. Let's see.
Its execution is pretty simple and straightforward. It's just a style, after all. It's not even a technique, let alone an entire series of teachings. Demonic swordsmanship is a little bit different. It requires emotion.
Indeed.
You seem like an angry fellow.
I can be.
What makes you angry?
The way that you talk to me saying that you were my better
I am.
automatically. You are. Made me angry though.
Good. You. What makes you the most angry? What makes you, as I heard from a demonic practitioner in the past, and this stuck with me because it was rather funny. What makes you extremely, earth-shatteringly, unreasonably fuck-ass mad? It's a quote. I don't like profanity, but I am quoting, so.
Perceived lack of worth. When you say somebody is less than, when somebody perceived slights. I wish I had a better way to describe this. The thing that made me the most fuck-ass mad was watching my grandfather cry his eyes out before dying at an altar to his dead friend. From everybody else's filth, the propaganda that they believed, the willingness to follow what powerful said, and the inability in myself to stop it from happening.
Helplessness, powerlessness. Good. Along with traumatic memories and emotionally charged memories. These are good things for a demonic practitioner. If you were an orthodox practitioner, you would be told you need to resolve these, you need to cast them out, you need to come to terms and blah blah blah, all that garbage.
My terms are their deaths.
Good. That is a proper mindset for a demonic practitioner. And as such, you are to wield them. Now, demonic practitioners run, not walk, run, usually at full sprint, a fine line, a razor's edge. The more you give in to these emotions, the more they consume you. Think of it as a fire in your chest or in your belly, whichever is a better visual representation for you. As it burns, so do you. Your body has tolerances because you are a cultivator. And the more potent a cultivator, the more tolerance your body has to that flame. However, that flame can be stoked endlessly. And it can turn into a conflagration, and you will burn from the inside out and die. But usually you'll take everyone around you with you. So you can have the at least cold solace of knowing that.
As a devourer, I do not like the concept of ending up devoured. And so, well, I might not be able to back my words up right now, but I will not be devoured by my own self.
You say that now. If you ever have a serious life or death combat where the chances of living is slim, you'll have to burn very hot to even have a chance. And you might end up doing the exact thing you have sworn to yourself you wouldn't do. Maybe you win, but you have a heart demon afterwards. But don't be so ready to pledge something that you may not have control over.
Understood.
Don't make a
It
pledge
is
or a promise.
becoming
Call it a goal.
a goal. My goal is to make the strongest of my world that I left, that I abandoned, pay for what they did to me and my family.
Okay.
It has become very difficult to consider failing within swordsmanship when I think like this, but I also do enjoy fighting to see just how strong, to see the measurement, to say, oh, well, we're going to fight, and it's okay if you lose. We're just seeing how strong we are. Because, yeah, we want to
A
win.
true cultivator mindset. The desire to test oneself and measure your mark against others is a true cultivator ideal. That's why people provoke others, pick a fight, because they want to know how they measure up. You should not ever be afraid, unless of course it's certain death, to pick a fight. Usually you want to do this within your own peer group. Try not to pick a fight with a senior, unless you have some sort of dastardly plan, or have thoroughly poisoned the shit out of them ahead of time. And he'll give you a very poorly executed wink.
Um, is there anything that you, or well, let's say, I don't currently have a forged sword. Would a training sword be alright? For this 10-year?
What do you consider a training sword versus a real sword?
It was the sword that I wielded.
You mean
And
the
there was a
broken thing?
relic. Yes. And there was a relic.
Why haven't you repaired it?
Been still fairly soon. Technically, I haven't even spent a day yet, so it's like for me, I'm still just one day out of the shop.
Yeah. Why haven't you started to begin the repair process? If it means so much to you.
I'm not sure it does.
Good mindset. Then absorb it back into your body. It's made of you, isn't it?
Well, I think this one I thought was like because I had the poison sword that was made from me, but then like we made another one that was just like the blade itself.
I'm talking about the one that broke. The one that you said you
Yes.
may not care much about. It's made of you, yes?
Yes.
Then just absorb it and don't reform it. Gain back what you lost and move on. Sword relics are a gamble because they're so intrinsically tied to resources put into it. It is a ugly thing, in truth. I prefer something that doesn't have any connection with me, and I can toss it aside any moment. That's the cruelty in me. Sword relics are a novel idea, I suppose. But that's the promise of you making it to the end of cultivation. and it making it alongside you. As you can see, it didn't. It already broke. Not much of a relic, if you ask me.
It really wasn't, but there. What would you consider? What should I wield? What would you recommend? Is there just regular training wooden swords that I should just pick up and we work with that?
Wooden?
I
suppose we are on the earthly road. You have an abundance of wood, I suppose. Wood is considered a luxury good in the cosmos. There are a few planets that produce it. And there are even fewer planets still that produce graded wood. And they covet, stockpile what they have because it is a major economic, call it, for their planet. So, wood? No. Stone? Maybe. Metal? Better. You don't have to have sharp edges on a training sword. But you should also get used to wielding metal in hand and being hit by metal. It has a very specific feel when it impacts you.
Ready, so let's need metal training sword.
I can
Before-
provide you with stupid training swords. It's not.
Okay.
It's not a problem. I find you three frustrating because I'm here on the earthly road, and if it weren't for your connections and your prodigious wealth, this would not suffice. I'm bored out of my mind. You guys are all just so tiny. You don't even know which direction's the correct direction to go, and your masters are negligent at best, with the exception of the robot. You're so young in your cultivation, you should have no say in your day-to-day. You should be on a strict regimen. Every iota of time strictly devoted to something you don't get a choice in. And you should be doing that for centuries. And yet your masters are allowing you to just freely do as you wish. This is why I say negligence. You have no room or means
No
to do
push.
anything. Oh, did I make you mad? Good. Yes, we're stoking it.
No, I meant you. There is no push.
Correct.
There's no direction.
Well, they're letting you figure it out. They're giving you the privilege of something you haven't earned yet, which is freedom. If you swear yourself to a master, they should devise your entire regimen from here to beyond the horizon. So far into the future, you don't know when it ends.
You have 10 years.
You will not like the 10 years.
I
You
already
will
don't
not get
like
to do
you.
what you want. I don't care.
I'm
You don't
aware.
have to like a teacher or a master. In fact, if you don't like them, better, because that means you won't grow fond feelings for them. It's a transactional relationship, and it's up to you to gather and strip and squeeze as much as your master possibly can.
Oh, I intend to with you.
And I intend to humiliate you and push you to the brink and train you in a way your master has refused to.
Good.
I only have
because
10 years to do it. And
don't push me past a certain point of
I will.
get me to edges. Allow me to ascend the peak. But the last edge we can get.
Do not tell me how to train you, child.
All right, fine.
You wouldn't know how to properly crest a bottleneck. if I clubbed you over the head with the answer?
Ha! My master could.
Are they doing it?
No, but they could.
Again, negligence. Especially because they can. Why aren't they doing that right now? Why aren't you in a room doing endless forms in repetition, learning things to the point where it is little instinct and burned into your subconscious? We shouldn't be even allowed to have this conversation. You should be in a regiment. You should. There's so many shoulds, but they are giving you way too much room. They have given you freedom, and you have no idea what to do with it.
Ah.
I got to go out and enjoy 2 nights of freedom for 1,000 years of training.
What you do with it?
I didn't know what to do with it, so I wasted the first day. The second day, I tried to cram everything I wanted to do in 2 days into one, and I made a right mess of it. And when people try to inflict the consequences of my actions on me, I found that that training, that hard-earned training, allowed me to get away with the consequences in a manner of my choosing. I made a bigger mess. And I walked off going, that was rather pathetic. Unfortunately, time is up. Training. If you want a real comparison, your mark against someone else, try a city. Kill enough people, make enough mess, enough destruction that the guard has to come stop you, and then they can't. And then you realize only the city lord can stop you and force you to pay penance for your actions. But they didn't want to step down because of who I'm connected to. My master, if he has to show up, well, the city lord would not be there anymore. That's the relationship you should have. You should have a master that builds you up to the point where the world, up until the point of seniors or martial ancestors, cannot stop you. And if they try, your master shows up and puts them in their place. That is the ideal cultivation relationship. This, whatever you have, is a mockery.
I can think of several insults, but we'll save that for when I actually start getting angry.
First thing you will know, if you train under me for any period of time, if you so much as complain, let alone insult me, I do not tolerate it. You can have all sorts of vitriol and hate run through your head, but spoken aloud is forbidden. It's called disrespect, and I will not have it.
I do know only a little shit talking, so I'll just be quiet on it.
For 10 years, we'll see.
With what I have so far, I am requesting at least 820 negative, as I have a
I don't care.
820.
I'm going to train you in the way.
Sorry,
I'm going
my
to
bad.
train you.
Out of character. I meant to say out of character. I apologize, sir.
Okay.
My bonus so far with the poison of plus 200 to a roll, targeted by montage hero, multiplying it by 4, and then star pupil. Student of the Forbidden would allow me to try it for 850, but I have that level of bonus to the roll, so a minimum of negative 820 to get an additional 82 progress. per
My guy, they're going to train you
success.
for 10 years on a training regimen. You don't need to worry about progress.
Hmm.
Tell me the end goal pieces you want, not the process. You don't need to
Okay.
worry about progress per roll.
Well, shit.
Under
Damn
Eclipse,
it.
they're just going to go, this is what you're doing for 10 years.
The ending of the path of the sword, into the ending up, like, the peak of combination and into the peak of what demonic swordsmanship, if there is such a thing as a base demonic swordsmanship, and what that looks like. I don't know, and like that's the thing. I don't know how long 10 years will these things would accumulate, or how long it would take for these things to accumulate.
So, in the 10 years,
Hmm.
they'll finish out the first level of combination
Mhm.
sword. So, all 10
Okay.
tiers. But that's just level 1 of combination sword. There are
Gotcha.
many more levels of it, each with their own sub 10 levels. But most of this is only accomplishable in the heavenly realm or the cosmic realm because the time escalates so much between sub tiers
Gotcha.
and major tiers that it's like you're going to spend a
You
decade
need the
just learning one tier halfway up.
Okay.
But they'll get you through the first one because that's not hard. They'll get you to tier 10 swordsmanship.
Okay.
Not like 10 levels in a sub level. We're talking swordsman level 10.
Okay.
And then they'll set you up with a bit of demonic practice.
Understood.
But you're a little behind on the swordsmanship.
Yes,
And
I
you want to
am.
learn combination. So they're going to focus on the most basic of basics so that when you do indulge in demonic swordsmanship and you use that emotional energy source, that anger, you actually have the swordsmanship foundation to back up the kick-ass that you want to do.
Hmm.
So they have a priority system.
Understood. And yes, that is definitely needed.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that is something I will need to write up for you. And the more information you can give me for your like goals, the better. Although it seems pretty straight cut and forward. For in between this session and the next, I'm gonna have to write you a Word document.
Yeah. Sorry.
Don't apologize, man. That's part of the deal.
No, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a Word document added to your character sheet of power, of capability. And on the Earthly Road, like people only reach elder status once they've achieved level 10 swordsman. Most of the path isn't. You can even get all the way down to like zone 3 and 4 and people still haven't gotten to tier 10 swordsmanship. That's the Earthly Road. People don't have enough time, nor the competency, nor the knowledge or ability or resources. You guys want to play on the Cosmic Road? We got to get you to the starting line.
Yeah.
And he's going to get you to the starting line.
Awesome.
Hmm?
Okay, so when you say my goals and stuff, like you said, it was fairly clear cut and dry.
Yeah,
But
the
like,
3
is there
things you wanted to
anything?
learn.
Yeah. Is there anything that like you are wanting to know, like, or anything that you're not sure on?
What you expect from the demonic practice. I have some things I'm just going to throw at you. But again, it's still your character at the end of the day. This is a very aggressive and opinionated NPC. He's going to give you what he's going to give you. But I can curate on the back end a little bit towards what you're envisioning because I want to help bring out the vision you have for your character.
Hmm.
Swordsmanship is pretty linear and straightforward. We already understand what type of swordsmanship you want. You want heavy
Heavy and
swordsmanship.
speed. Yep.
heavy in speed, so that's very straightforward. It's not the power sword. You have a speed sword with heaviness. Weight. So pretty straightforward. You don't even have to worry about teachings because he'll just give you the teachings and the catalysts and the progress, and he'll get you through every bottleneck and any cultivation resources you're going to need, like flux. He's going to do that. It's not cheap,
I guess
but
with
that's what you guys pay for.
understood. I'm not entirely sure if this would make sense, but I wish to create a I might have to spend some merit into this, but a level of adding like mysticism select to tie my rage, flame, and poison all together to make some sort of poison flame within me. But
Bold.
I don't know. Yep.
Why don't you write it down? Like,
Okay.
take a moment. It doesn't have to be now, but before, let's take a couple days before next session. Have it written down for me. Even if it's just like bullet points, just whatever method that helps you get down that thought or thought process / vision
Okay.
on paper. And then, of course, we could talk about it because the 10-year, unlike Mr. Lyron's, yours and Laura's are going to be
Different.
about as straightforward, but there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Understood.
You have choices to make on your sword path.
There are a couple choices, yes.
Gotcha.
You'll most likely see a couple questions in chat
Gotcha.
because during the swordsmanship process, there are certain branches. And like the first branch at tier 3, you have to pick your specialty. Laura picked power. You're going to pick speed and weight. It's doable. But there's one more branch, and I'll have to talk to you guys about it. And then we can go from there. While you're thinking on that, Mr. Laurie, Mr. Johnny.
I am here.
Same thing
I'm
for you,
going-
man. You are going to get to tier 10 swordsmanship. However, you have additional resources, so he doesn't have to get them for you, which makes this relationship a little bit easier. And basically, the way I'm going to do it is the less prepared and less resources you have, the less end output you're going to get. And the more resources and further into your training you already are, the more end output you'll get. It's a reward for, preparation and whatnot. So you already having the fluxes you need, or some of the fluxes you need, it will increase your end output. But it's not just going to be swordsmanship to tier 10. What 2 other things would you like part of your training for swordsmanship? It should be related to what you want to learn if you're going to use the 10 years for swordsmanship.
Yeah. What other 2 things?
Because Poe's going to learn combination sword and demonic sword alongside swordsmanship. And those are ideal synergistic teachings. Is that a doggo?
I didn't hear anything.
You're good.
Oh, probably density power. Some sort of technique or a power for that is probably a better thing to work on. And I suppose I could utilize this time for the Fate's Vessel research, or the sword string. One of those 2, since I already have that in my vault. So yeah, I feel like the other 2 things should be sword string and density.
All right. Gonna write those down for me a little bit.
Yeah.
And while you're writing those down, we'll go back. So, when you finish your conversation with Eclipse Poe, your master pushes themselves off the wall, kind of marches towards Eclipse, and they'll kind of casually cock a hip. You're right, I have been negligent, but I've raised enough students and disciples to realize such training kills the person inside. What comes out the other end is something crafted, something molded, and it's not their decision of what comes out the other side. What you make is a monster, a killer, a beast that only knows arrogance, indignation, and cruelty. You are a perfect mirror, cast from a mold of that process. And the Cosmic Road does that the most efficient and potent way possible. The person you were and who you could have been, any personality, characteristics, mannerisms, anything that made you you, was burned to ash. And you are now the person that your master wanted you to be. You can call it brainwashing, you can call it destruction of ego and consciousness. He has done you an incredible cruelty and a disservice that cannot be understated. I'm letting him do as he pleases, and I will guide him as he pleases, because that is the relationship he wanted. That's what he asked for and what he agreed to. And that is no less than what has been done to you. You got power, but you became a beast in return. He will not have the power that you had. Not any time close to the timeline you've pushed yourself. But he will be him, through and through, front to back. He will have memories that aren't of brutal, cruel training. He will have friendships. He will have things that enliven the soul and make the soul more potent instead of this desiccated, ethereal husk that you have in your chest. The damage is done to you. And the only thing you have to fill that space, that emptiness that was stripped from you, is murder. To take. You may be high and mighty, and yes, do teach my disciple. Be cruel if you must, because that is your way, and that's the only thing you know how. But do not insult me. You are my junior. I knew your master and your master's master, and I have their accolades, their achievements, their history, both good and bad, and embarrassing, in my records. I have the start of your sect in my records. I know your people, and I know your enemies. I know your allies. I know your history. I know things that you would never want to see the light of day. That you would raise hell and burn the stars out to make sure it never is known. Do not insult me. I play nice and I play house. Yes. But that's my job. I may take my time. You cannot. And as such, that is your fate. Insult me again, and there will be consequences, and ones that you will not shirk off. You will not get away with. I'll make sure of it. And if you lash out at me, I will show you what history and the weight of it feels like. And you will be buried and crushed under it, and I won't let you die. And yet I will add more weight. And I will add more weight until you beg for death, and you will not find it. And I will leave you there buried for eternity. And when I come back for you, you will be a blank slate again. Cruelty gone, your cultivation banished, You will be a person. And if I'm merciful, I will build you back up. But I will give you, if I do grant you that mercy, the privilege of taking your time and being who you want to be. Think on that. And if you draw that sword on me as they start to turn around, I will take one of these rods with the history of your people, and I will crush your skull with it. And it will not heal, as the weight of your sect is so steeped in blood and murder that any wounds done through your history will never heal. And you will have a crushed skull for the rest of your cultivation, and the agony of the migraines you will have will drive you mad. Now, as your senior, you should show a little bit more respect to me, and through me, my disciple, because they are my true disciple. They have pledged themselves to me and my tutelage. And as such, they deserve some fucking respect. With that said, proceed. Disciple, be respectful. He is your senior, but he is my junior. Think on that dichotomy. If he treats you poorly for the sake of cruelty, that is unacceptable. If he treats you well but is cruel in doing it and teaches you properly, well, that's unfortunate. That's just teachings. That's cultivation. As they come over, ruffle your hair, give you a small smile, leave. And you can tell Eclipse is both astonished but also fuming. And he gives you a look that just, if it could burn worlds, this is the look. When you are ready to proceed, come find me. As he leaves without saying anything else. And yes, Poe's allowed to enjoy that scene.
No, poor Clips. Getting bullied by his senior.
You know, sometimes that's just what happens. There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah, one of the things I thought Chung Po wouldn't be able to do with getting to tier 10 is he doesn't have one of the two good or evil swords. Because I thought that was needed for tier 9, or the level 9 of the Path of the Sword.
Mm-hmm.
So how does Chung Po get away with that then?
Clips is going to form it for him at great expense.
I'm guessing it has to be an ebony sword then as the only option.
Exactly. He's been stoking his anger and his emotions on the negative side because Poe's filled with anger.
Yeah.
And if he stokes it enough over the course of the training of the 10 years, he can extract an ebony sword out of Poe.
Wouldn't he then kill Po for it or take it away?
Well, ideally, no. Probably, yeah.
Okay. I just remember our scene when
Mhm.
we had our conversation about it, and he was like, "If that was an ebony sword, I would ask nicely first as your senior, and then I would then take it. And if
Yep.
you tried to stop me, I'd kill you." So
You would.
but maybe that's just like a trade-off where getting it from Poe is his way to,
Well,
as payment.
There are
Yeah.
different swords.
Yeah. Okay.
So a sword extracted from a person is, let's call it a blank sword. It's there, but it has no
Yeah.
history. It has no. It's not
Imprint.
been
Yeah.
sitting around.
Yeah,
Yours
yeah.
is an imprint. That's why he was crazy for it.
Just like, damn, it's not an evil one.
Right, because
Yeah.
it's been steeping in the sword vault for so long. It's filled with power. You still need a tier, or still need an ebony or an alabaster sword. But if it's extracted from your person, it's a perfect fit. That's the best trade-off, is that it won't be rejected because it's blank. It came from you, and you can start writing on it.
Yeah.
And build your own story. That thing is filled to the brim with not just sword energy, but also teachings, enlightenments.
Yeah.
Just
Remember,
history.
Matt, that wasn't actually in the vault until Fate Bonds put it in there when we used the
Mhm.
Infinity Matrix. So it wasn't just always in the vault, though.
Was it though? Because Fate Bonds gets to do some really cool stuff.
Okay, maybe it was. Okay.
No, because Fate Bonds is the tier of cultivation where they can put the object in when it needed to be put in
Gotcha.
for you to find it. Because you're serving an actual god, someone who has achieved apotheosis.
Mhm.
So for them to go, I'm going to use time principles to reach back in to put it in at the right time for it to gain enough things for it
Right.
to become an imprint item.
Gotcha.
But it looks like they've reached in and put it in just then.
Fair enough.
But that's time principles. And that's why they're so strong. You can do time shit.
Gotcha.
But yeah. Technically, you could also try and get an ebony sword or an alabaster sword for Poe. But you would have to do something really special for Fate Bonds.
Okay.
But that one would be, he wouldn't have to go through the extraction process. He wouldn't have to be subjected to a lot of negative things for him to pluck it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have the fate resource. I suppose Poe could give up his no fate as a replacement.
There's a lot of
Give that
options.
give
Poe's
that back.
returned as well.
I hope you didn't miss that scene.
Just what just happened now?
No, your master stepped up and absolutely ripped Eclipse a new one.
I did. Fuck.
Don't worry, Matt. It's recorded.
It is recorded. I will add. This is session 118. I have been writing physical notes. I will find this recording.
Yeah, because I went
I know.
to Lar for a brief moment. I popped back, and your master was listening the whole time. Popped off the wall and just ripped him hard for 5 minutes, and he felt very small afterwards. So
Yeah.
you have a little surprise.
We were at 12:30, which is almost our last hour in. So, like, of our 6 hours, we are 5 hours in. I will find this scene.
Well,
Yeah, look
we're
around
about 4 hours in of our 5.
3:45. That's when I would start.
3:45.
Yeah, 3 hours 45 minutes in.
Oh, I'm so sorry you missed that. That was
I mean, I was here for it, Matt. Don't worry.
that was for you, Poe. That was for you, man.
I'm
Your
sorry.
master was like,
I put into chat that I was going to step away for a minute because the baby was crying and I wanted to help and talk to my
well,
fiance.
it's recorded, so you didn't miss. You won't miss it, truly. But yeah, he was put in his place a little bit, and your master, you got to see a little bit of your master's cool side. But yeah, when the recording goes up, little Easter or a little happy prize in there for you.
It's a secret for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doing something for fate bonds. I mean, there's runs, but what could I do for fate bonds to help out Poe is the question. Hmm. Oh, well, maybe. I have an idea. Might have to do something with Fate's Vessel, but maybe that's just how it goes. I think that's the only thing I could really see being something big besides using the Infinity Matrix of some kind. Don't have that currency, but
Options.
maybe find something in this Chun Po's sword vault as a replacement for him. But that's not something I would be able to find. That would be something Chun
Well, he's
Po would
got a
have to look
poison
for.
vault.
Yeah.
But maybe if he really, really, really tries for it, he might be able to find a poison sword of the ebony and/or ivory variety.
Yeah, but he'd need to do his, luck manipulation, and he missed out because he just literally got rid of all his luck manipulation stuff.
He can still overflow and underflow.
Yeah, you can.
But not the amount that would have been able to get an easy, not use an Infinity Matrix kind of situation. You know what I mean? But I think there's options. If Chung Po wanted to, I think we could go from Craw to. I feel like you could get something from her, and then we could utilize that as our stepping stone if you wanted to get something. Just as a thought.
Would you like to have that scene with Craw?
I'm good with Craw. Would you want to join me, Chunpo? Use one of
Yes.
your. Okay. So
Well, also, okay. Fuck. I'm sorry I had to step with baby crying do things to me that I was just like, I need to go check on it.
It's literally
should
biology.
do it.
It's how it goes.
But yes. So the month has not passed yet, though. Correct? Or
You haven't gone in.
okay, good. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to.
You should think about the things you want from Matt's side. Just, those
Yes.
little blurbs of your direction.
Yes.
And you also if you don't get this thing we're talking about right now, it's going to make it a lot harder for you in a sense. Like you could be getting more out of it if you kind of get it now. So
Yeah. I'm game with that. Let's do it.
okay. So I'm going to enter the scene with you, and you haven't gone to do the thing with. This is one of my my rest times. So I go in and I say, Chung Po, how you doing?
I am thinking and plotting and trying to see just what I can mold myself into to be a strong cosmic cultivator. Can I ask you something real quick?
Sure, Chung Po.
I do not regret selling all the misfortune I found, but it does feel like a bit of a hole as to what it could have been, but I didn't want to be a cultivator that created and wielded so much misery and
I just
misfortune.
remember, Chung Po, to be a cultivator is desire and obsession. So if you didn't want it in the first place and you felt like it wasn't part of your path, then so be it.
Well, it felt like I was going by feeling,
Of course.
and I felt upset, and so I challenged something that I don't actually. I've challenged a lot of things that, frankly, I feel like I shouldn't have. I've asked for fights that arguably people really shouldn't ever, but I don't know. I guess the fool in me said, "Let's do it," but
But that's fine, Chunkbo. Is that all you wanted to ask me about?
well, I wanted my luck to not be something so evil, or what felt so evil, and I don't know why I collected it all, but I sold it. But I'm not sure if that was any better, but it felt bad. But I am happy that I still won, sort of.
Yeah, of course, I think you won a hell of a lot. So, Chungbo, what I came to talk about is that I heard over the comms a little bit of the conversation you had with you know
Eclipse?
SPE Sunspot Eclipse, and I wanted to bring something to your attention that I think you might be missing out. Is that I have Sword Vault, so I have an idea of the things you might need for your upcoming. Because I thought maybe you weren't going to continue on the path of the sword, and you're going to more focus on poison or something along those lines. But it sounds like you want to keep going, which is I'm very happy for. So what I was thinking is, and maybe this is more of the meddler in me as a fate weaver, but I think we need to get you a sword. And this type of sword is what you're going to need for later on during the line, but it's definitely needed. So, Chunpo, I think we had this conversation already. Are you a good person or an evil person? And you
I'm a
can be
good
either
person.
or.
Okay, well, I believe I am a good person who can be very, very cruel at times with the right mindset.
Okay. Do you do things for good or do you do things for evil? I guess is another question.
Well, it depends on what I'm trying to do. If I'm trying to build a hospital, then I'm doing things for good. If I'm trying to think of the best way to kill a cultivator in front of me because I need to fight and kill them, then I'm not exactly doing anything for good. I'm trying to kill somebody.
Right.
But it's more of along the line of, will I try to kill somebody? Depends on if they're trying to kill me. The undead zombie things that we fought on Bullet Hell? Yes, absolutely. I don't think that they had any feeling except for the one that you saved, which I was confused on for a minute, but it is nice to see them and to be reminded and to know how far we've come.
Yes. But anyway, so uh, an alabaster sword is one of the ones that I would have, and I do have one. But for you, it could be an alabaster sword, or it could be an ebony. The way I see it, if you do it right now without any prep, you're going to have an ebony sword in your hands from Eclipse. That's what I'm kind of seeing with my with the strings. So what we could do though, if you want, and you feel like you're what you do is for good in a sense for your sword, we could try to get you an alabaster sword before you begin.
Alabaster, is there any sort of gray? I'm guessing alabaster is white, correct?
At the end, or I guess for the earthly path, close to the ends. For us, it'd be a little longer, but at the end, it's really comes down to a yin and yang
Mm,
side of things. Are you do you do things? Do you swing your sword for good, or is it for evil?
well, is myself evil?
It doesn't really matter about yourself, I suppose. It's all about why you swing your sword, why you do this.
Why do I feel that somebody needs to die would be that a an oppressive nature that isn't just nature in itself. So, a cat killing a mouse, that's just the world. Unless I am the mouse, and then I guess I want to kill the cat. At the end of the day, it is a simple level of I fear for myself, or I fear for something that is of my level. I would kill to intervene in somebody's death that I felt shouldn't need to die if I am the stronger. If I can jump in and save the little guy because something that is bigger than me and scarier than me is trying to kill the little guy, then yeah, I'll jump in because I might be able to pull one over because I'm just fucking complicated like that.
Okay. Um. So, um, I think it's come down to that an alabaster is something. At least maybe your demonic practitioner in you would rather have the mindset for evil in this sense, but yeah, okay. Um, so I have a thought.
Is there a way to dual wield one of each? Because I do want to dual wield two different swords. Or, well, two swords in general. They were going to be mirrors and, like, the same sword, but if I could have a yin and yang on that, but if that's just a no, okay.
You'd probably have to spend a lot of your martial coins in order for this to happen. I don't know if it's even possible. But we're cultivators. Anything's really possible. But like, yeah, you'd probably spend a lot of those martial coins you just got if you even wanted to think about that.
It is.
I don't really think it's worth it, honestly. Especially since the sword isn't really something for you to swing. It's more to get you over the hurdle.
Oh, well, shit. You see, well, when you put it like that, so is my poison. I try to jump over several hurdles, I guess. I stack it all, or well, that's what I'm trying to do with everything is stacking it all in my favor or to jump over that extra hurdle every time.
Have you ever heard of the Complexity Canyon?
No.
Um, I think of it like the absolute limit of a philosophical conversation with yourself. It's spirals into delirium. But in order to survive this canyon, you need to distill your truth into a vessel of some sort. And this
Similar
is
to the
what that
mortar and
vessel
pestle?
is. Right. Yeah. It's a sword vessel.
Hmm. It feels like to speak it into existence. Oh, fuck. No. If I were to compare what you have in your powers, what you have built already, and then what I could theorize myself building in the same scenario. Or not so much the same scenario, but like with the same basic colors of the tools. Or colors as in you have failure and fate. And I've mentioned thinking that cataclysmics would be interesting for you. Um, and then sword strikes. I feel that if it were me using just failure and trying to, or and aspects of cascading failure, creating like a cut that creates its own canyon, is something that I could hypothetically think up with what you have so far. I also seem to really enjoy combining weird things together and trying to combine this thought. I can see a giant. I almost seem to create myself into a demon beast because I like the idea of getting something monstrous. Or just, I like the aspect of demon. I like the aspect of tree guardian because it's just something so drastically different from what I was before. And let's see.
Yes,
No,
see
trying not to get
Chungpo,
delirium. Yes.
this is what we were just bringing back to. We're
Yep.
currently on
Clearly.
a spiral of
Yep.
and you don't have some vessel to hold that for yourself. So it really comes down to it again. Do you swing your sword strictly for good or for evil? And it could be good for yourself, or it could be good for other people. And maybe it's evil to kill evil. It could be the corruption that kills the corrupted, in a sense. It doesn't. It's all about how your philosophy comes into play.
Sure.
In that
Oh,
case,
well,
you could look at it as your poison kills other poisons in this world. That's another way you could describe being an evil sword, I suppose.
mm, wait. Hmm. I'm not sure how a poison that kills other poisons is something that is evil. Well, and also the aspect of. Uh, okay, at this point, I feel like it comes down to I can justify anything to say something is good or evil if I try really hard enough.
Yes, and that's the whole point of the vessel.
Sure. Okay, so pick a side, but
Pick a side.
that just sounds on the moral side, yes, I can do good with a good sword, but also there are those that will do absolutely evil things with a good sword because their truth says that they can.
Mhm.
So what's the point? At that point, what does the sword do?
It's the whole point of the complexity canyon. Is the whole point, because you come down to a philosophical conversation like we're having now, and you
Yes.
can't stop it because you keep falling off the cliff. You keep going into the canyon and never ending. The sword helps you step back.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say for you, Chunkbo, is I took a glimpse,
Mhm.
and if you don't go into this next opportunity that I've provided for you in a sense with
Yes.
Eclipse, if you go into it without having one in the first place, your decision is going to be made for you. You are going to be in.
Okay.
You're not going to be a good. The choice isn't good or evil. It's just going to be evil for you, and you might not even get the sword at the end of it either. It might be
Gotcha.
taken away from you as the price for getting to tier 10 or level 10 of swordsmanship.
And he won't want a good one, or he might want one to shatter it, or I don't know. So what happens
He
if I
didn't
pick
take
the
mine.
sword?
He didn't take mine because he's not a good practitioner. It's that he doesn't swing his sword for good. He's a antagonist.
Fair enough. Okay.
A villain, even.
Maybe. We don't know that for sure.
We did.
Did we? Okay.
Philosophically, I don't see why I couldn't wield both. Power mechanic wise, I am curious what each sword does. But why I wield a sword depends on my mood, really. You can get me in the, yeah, I don't like any of those people over there, and I will go ballistic because I can and I am powerful now. And I said, that isn't worth keeping alive. However, the things on the side that I do care about, I will defend. It is not so much that I feel like I should just go murdering because I want to murder everything. I do wish to defend some things.
Mhm. All right. At the end of the day, I don't know if I can get you out of this mindset of having both. I think having both is a great ideal, but I don't think I'm the person to give you a yes or no answer here. I
That is
just
fair.
wanted to help you out in getting one in the first place.
Understood. Then I think we should start with the good one.
Okay.
Let's.
Sounds good, Chungpo. All right. So Savalaire will swish his hands, and a portal pops up.
Okay.
I've added Craw and her little booth to a square in the moon cube room, very bottom
Oh.
middle.
Okay.
It's a representation of you not going to the night market, but still accessing Crossstall.
All righty.
Right. As you approach, Craw has their back to you, and they're working at one of their butcher tables, and they do that slow look over their shoulder without turning around. Seems I have company. And they finish a few more cuts. They turn around and they wipe the blade on their bicep of their clothes. What do I owe the pleasure, Mr. R?
Well, like we talked before, I was quite simple, but Chungpo here has a beast that could come in handy for you.
I pull out, or I rub my ring and bring out the golden beast in the pile.
Did you include the pile it was on?
Yes, I collected all of it.
Good. I just didn't know if you just pulled out the beast corpse and not the
Nope.
pile, but you pulled
Nope,
out
nope,
both.
nope. Yeah, I remember.
Interesting. What do you want with it?
Well, what is this to try and get the
So
Alabast sword,
it's
or is this just straight more money?
no, it's not straight more money. It's actually going to be a trade in a sense. The idea I have for you, Chungpo, is you trade this to Craw. Craw does what she does best, and in return, we get something for my goddess as an offering for her.
Okay.
I don't think you're gonna like what I make with it. There is one correct answer when dealing with the golden Komodo.
Oh, well, then, okay, then if that's the only, or if that is the answer, then let's see what the answer is.
Chungpo, the answer is blood gold.
No,
Oh.
it's better.
What? Better than blood gold.
Armor. The chest armor, but it protects the whole body. See, the golden Komodo, sure, you can turn his stuff into blood gold. Process is not bad. Extract the blood, turn his horde into tokens, soak the blood for a long time with extra chemicals and other ingredients, and then feed the meat in from the bone, and then the bone. It all dissolves into the gold, and so on and so forth. And then you take the tokens and wrap them in the scales. Yes, I could do this and turn them into blood gold for you, and they would be very valuable throughout the path, regardless of which path you take. Or I can make you something truly special. It's not easy to make. The armor. There are a few armors on the path that are truly worth the hassle of wearing, and this would be one of them. The golden armor that you can make out of the scales is is sufficient, but if you also make a chainmail out of the coins of its hoard and have it be the external layer before the scales then can once again take on the draconic and Komodo powers having a hoard, which brings out the defensive qualities of both. It is a protection against misfortune. It's a protection against manipulation, mind interference, and most importantly, it can save your life thrice from an absolute killing blow, even from cultivators beyond your imagination.
I think I do. I think that's a really good deal.
Of course, but Chungpo, you understand that even giving the kimono is not worth the price of Kraw's services.
Oh,
True. Because I will have to use the entire hoard and Komodo to make it. But as they flick their eyes over to you, Lar, I don't mind. I think having you in my debt might be worth it.
Lars going to bring out guts. I have a berserker here as partial payment.
Handsome lad, or was. What do you want? Are you wanting to just use him as partial payment, like said, or you wanting
Correct.
pieces of him, or what?
No, just partial payment. He was a worthy foe.
Sure. Really going to do much with this myself. I have a Jiangshi cadaver sorcerer that would adore this.
Mhm.
So I'm just going to be a mediary.
Chungpo, you have martial coins, which you can help with this.
okay.
Don't spend your martial coins, child. Those are going to be very valuable to you in the future, and I don't want you to spend resources that would cripple you in the future. Save every coin you can. Use every other resource if you must. Unless it's Taijingling.
Is there anything that we can do for you, or is there anything? What is your price?
It's hard to say. This particular craft, I'm one of 3 people on the Earthly Road who can actually make it. And actually do it right. If you can get 3 uses out of the armor, the 3 protections, it's done correctly. The less protection that you can weave into the armor, well, it shows your craftsmanship is subpar. I have done it before. I know I can do the full protection. In fact, I'm probably the only one on the Earthly Road who can guarantee that the efficiency of the armor doesn't drop after it takes damage. Normally, if you use one of the 3 protections, the protections against mind-altering effects, misfortune, and manipulation also drop because the armor took extreme damage. I could prevent that, and I could have it working at full capacity, even down to the last hit. Again, that's not cheap. However, I'm pretty sure Mr. Lar can make it up to me.
Okay.
We are in a business arrangement after all, and I don't want to cripple my young business partner in his cultivation journey so early. Or ever, because that's bad business.
Is
But
there
it won't be cheap.
any business you could think a poison cultivator that we could have a transaction?
Well, it depends on your proficiency, because certain physicians and alchemists can make me certain things. I need tinctures and tonics, and I need chemicals and other special things to help me treat certain materials and prepare certain, let's call it, sorcerous incantations that I have to weave into armors. It has to be done with special concoctions. If you're offering poisoner services, you would have to do better than my current, call it,
Can I get a
contact.
sample of what your contact has provided? If I can't make something better, I won't bring it up again.
No, don't corner yourself like that. because you're still growing, and so will your skills. You know, perhaps sometime in the future, you do reach that hurdle and surpass my contact. If you don't already, I don't know. But you said you wouldn't do it again, and I don't want you to get a heart demon. So save yourself the trouble. Problem is, I'm not sure it would be appropriate for me to reveal another craftsman's work, especially if you're in the same field. I don't know if that would be theft, if you're able to have a discerning eye enough to copy his recipe. That would be bad business.
What is your goal for these? Well,
I need an entire variety of effects. They'll actually pull out a catalog of things that they need with extremely specific, highly detailed effects and what it needs to be able to apply on and how potent the application. Like, there are thousands of tonics, each one different grades, different.
Is this above intermediary poisons?
Half of them are, but the other
Okay.
half, no.
Okay.
It looks like they have probably a pretty competent poisoner. The only difference is they've had more time on the path than you, and that's the only difference. You're pretty sure you could easily surpass this person by looking at the list. These are all things you look at it and go, these look a little complex, but I mean, if I raise my proficiency, I'm pretty sure I can do all of these. The problem is there's thousands of tonics.
Yeah.
And the amount of time this person would spend making this stuff, this is probably one of their only jobs. They probably spend most of their time in a poison lab just making tonics as a business person. They probably the person their contact is, their Tao is their discipline. They're not a cultivator first, they're cultivator second.
Understood.
Now,
They
you don't have
are,
to do
yeah.
these things. I have a list of things that, well, he is not able to make. And they'll hand you a very small list. There's 4 lines on it. The first one, I only have a few more doses of. This is the 1,000 spider venom.
Ooh.
And yes, it does require 1,000 different spider venoms. 10 of which are mythical. And I hear there is a processing method for each individual venom.
Yeah.
Which means there's 1,000 processes.
Okay.
I have one more dose of this, and if I only had another vial, which is about 10 doses, I can make something I've been wanting to make for a long time. I have the parts. The only thing that can make it better is if someone killed the spider above the night market.
Of the night market?
Above the night market, yes. It looms over us looking for those who wander into the dark away from the attentions of others, and it eats you.
Interesting.
Why do you think it always is night? Because we hide in the loom of a shadow that is easily able to devour the light of the sun.
Okay, so maybe I shouldn't try and tackle that spider.
It's an old son of a bitch. But it knows so long as that we don't bother it and continue on as we are, well, if you're not careful, it'll eat people. And that's, it doesn't have to move for its prey. It's a lazy thing, you know. It's a recluse. It would rather stand there in its web and just reach out occasionally and pluck food. It doesn't have to hunt. It just needs to be patient. There's always foolish cultivators that think they know better and wander off into the dark. The second is the two-faced delirium poison. Something about you says you might be capable of making this. I only need it for one craft. It's a commission. And the commission is impressive even by my standards. I have most of the work done, but I can't do the detail work without it. Why is it important? It makes it so that the armor that I'm making for this individual, out of the parts the creatures provided through the commission, is capable of being two-faced. It is one thing and then the opposite at a moment's notice. It's a delusion, not an illusion. That's the hard part. But there are very few things that bring out true delusion on a scale that I need. I hear there are 9 on the path, and I have no idea where to get them.
The other two?
This one's a little underwhelming in its name, but nonetheless equally hard to get, let alone make. It's the Evergreen Potion.
Ocean?
Potion.
Okay.
Like an alchemist's potion. Not an elixir, not a tonic, not a tincture, not a concoction,
Not a poison?
not a poison, a potion. But it might as well be all those things at the same time.
Oh dear.
It's potion because it's all the things we consider a drinkable consumable on the path. It can be also considered a glass of water. It could also be drinking acid. It's all things. And the evergreen it comes from its unnatural green color, the cover of evergreens. I've only heard of one alchemist make it, and he could never make it again, no matter how many times he tried and went bankrupt doing it. And he was very, very rich after his first success. And then it was gone. I didn't expect you to be able to make this. This is more of an alchemist's problem, but let's say I've tried enough alchemists to even consider maybe it's a poisoner's job. Don't know. Let's I'm this close to splurging to talk to a master teacher just to get some insight about how or who can make it for me. It's not a rush, but I do need it for one of my magnum opus.
Understood. Just one more?
Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure this is a poison, but it might be. Or maybe it's something caused by poison, but captured by sorceress methods. It is cruel thing, I will say that. But sometimes cruelty is needed to make the craft we need. As you read the line, it is the million cacophonous, hideous laughters. So it's a million voices caught in laughter, like schism, mind break, just madness-inducing laughter.
Okay, I got 1 million.
Cacophonous and hideous laughter.
And hideous.
I have heard about it. I've never seen an actual thing of it. But I have a craft that I want to do on a thing that will only... If you've ever dealt with certain creatures that have a defensive nature, that if you brute force your way in, the creature dies, but only reveals itself when a certain condition's met. Well, I'm at my wit's end trying to figure out how to get access to this thing without destroying it. And it's rather expensive to keep around, so... I've heard of this in Legends, but I don't even know if it's real. So, who knows? I'm this close to just selling the creature to a chef, and then he can make some sort of exquisite dish. And I don't know. maybe help him along his cultivation. But I want to see if I could make something out of it, out of pure arrogance and pride in myself. But sometimes it just doesn't align, you know.
Bo,
Yes.
I will take the debt on for you. Do you think you can help Craw out with these?
Yes.
If you can make even one of these, it'll pay for it. Plus, I'll probably owe you some credit on the back end.
Well, this I'll see what I feel that the 1,000 spiders poison would be taking on a bit of a quest, and I would not be able to pay it automatically as soon as I would like. Hypothetically, I might be able to make the two-faced delirium poison. The evergreen
Really?
potion,
That would
possibly. I say that in a state of it sounds like sounds like the easiest one that I might be able to make out of a book.
5 Delusions
Huh.
and Grandeur is also
Yes.
what
Yeah.
brings to mind.
The potion, I'm not sure. The hideous laughters, I actually feel like I might need to talk to Lyran to truly understand what to make out of that.
Don't worry about it. That particular one. The last two, the Evergreen Potion and the Million Entrapped Coffinous Hideous Laughters, are potions of legend or
Mhm.
consumables of legend. Like I know that an Evergreen Potion was made. I didn't get it, obviously. I couldn't afford it at the time that it was around. But
Tell me something, Craw. It sounds like a lot of wasted potential
what do you
with
mean?
the evergreen. You have one use for anything, but also everything. Or, well, like, it sounds like anybody could drink it. I don't understand why anybody wouldn't just
Why would
use
you
it.
drink it? You would explode.
Well, what's it for otherwise? It's a
You do the
consumable,
exact
right?
opposite. You destroy it.
How so? Or, well, not so much how so, like, if you drink it, that destroys it, but, like, what do you mean you do the opposite, you destroy it?
Destroy it. It's exactly as you say. You find a divine flame of absolute ruination and destruction like I have in my forge back here, and you pour the potion over the fire, and you collect the ashes and the smoke. And then in that smoke, take a craft. And you have it hanging up on an armor rack or however you can suspend it with minimal, contact with what's suspending it so that the smoke can touch literally every part of the armor. And you have it sitting there for 1,000 years in the smoke until the smoke is fully absorbed into the armor. Turns, from what I understand, the armor brilliant evergreen color and grants it something I can only refer to as the intangible phase. To call it strong would be underwhelming and a disservice to the craft. Even an imbecile and a incompetent man wearing this would be untouchable to most golden cores or even some jade palaces, because you would be intangible. The ash that would be generated is no less valuable. You can't drink the evergreen potion. It would be your ruin, and probably everyone in the checkpoint would also be in the blast radius. But if you collect the ashes, it is the distillation and, of course, the story of its destruction trapped in the ash. And if my divine flame in my forge, whose job is to specifically destroy and ruin things, and I've even given it a taste and penchant for destroying craftwork, because I feed it anything I consider
Less.
less. Even if it's a flawless craft, even if it's a master craft, if I'm dissatisfied with it, it goes right in the fire. It has a picky taste now. And if I feed it an evergreen potion, whatever it can't destroy is beyond value. What I
Understood.
want truly is the one craft I can get from it and the ash, because I can take a pinch of that ash and put it into anything. And now I'm working with some very expensive materials, and I can make the ash go far further than any use of the evergreen potion otherwise. And besides, if you uncork the evergreen potion while it's exposed to air, I heard there's solid chance it just destroys the potion itself on the spot and not in a way you can collect it. There's a reason why no one, besides that one strange little man, that one time succeeded. It's the only reason I know it actually can be made.
Understood.
But don't worry too much about it. I think that's like
I'll see about
one
getting
of
the poison
those
that I
once in an
can.
era things.
I'll see what I can about the one potion that I feel like I could.
That would be great. And don't rush to it. I'm a
Understood.
perfectionist, and as such, anyone I consider a contact, and I'm willing to accept the craft of, I expect flawless
Perfection.
craft. Perfection,
Understood.
yes. But I also don't mind talking. You can bring by an attempt and say, hey, is this close to what you're looking for? Or is this enough potency? Because there is dilution oftentimes. Sometimes you do need to dilute a potion down to a specific ratio so that it performs at a specific efficiency. If you can make even a diluted copy of the potion that I'm looking for, we can talk to see if that is what I need, or if you need to make it stronger. I don't mind. And even then, I might buy it from you anyways if it's high enough quality, but it's of a lower dilution, because I might be able to use it for other craft. It's just the one I'm commissioned for is a very temperamental, very high-end craft that I need the best of the best for.
Understood. I appreciate the in pursuit of perfection, and thank you for taking on this craft.
Well, that's just my nature. Especially when there's good business to be had. I feel rather generous if there's good business now and in the future. And Mr. Lar so far has been very good business.
I like to connect people. Lar will come up
Yes.
and say, I have something actually for Luna.
Oh, that's
Lar
nice
will,
of you.
Lar will bring out the primordial clay. One of the pots
That
I have
is
left.
very generous, Mr. Lar. Very
Oh
generous
no.
indeed.
I think Luna is just the sweetest thing, and I can't wait to. Well, I know I've been a little busy, but I still owe her that spider. So I think this should at least help with her foundation, and it's important. So
That is very correct. I've also made sure not to rush her. They're very eager to start cultivation, but in my opinion, they're too young, at least by a couple of years. And it's
yes.
no right of mine to rush them into something that they need to start at the right age for. I dislike these houses and clans and sects forcing young children into cultivation so early. It's deplorable and despicable practice. But also none of my business.
Mm.
I'll make sure Luna gets this.
Good.
I'll help her make sure that she can ingest it and have it settled properly. I have a feeling I know what dell vessel she's going to shape it in.
I'm excited for it.
Going to be a little cutesy jade rabbit in the shape of a teapot, and it's gonna have little bunny ears, and there's gonna be a little bunny tail, and I can already picture it in my mind.
All right, let's. Unless Chungpo, you wish to. I know Kra had some options for you and Lyron. Unless you'd like to make some other transaction, I feel like we should let Kra go back to her business.
Well, we're having a... Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't believe that there is anything, any other transaction that I want to make right now, unless there. Well, let's see. Savalar, was the alabaster sword? Is that going to be? Was this the contact that we were hoping for that, or was that something you were going to pull from your vault?
No, I'm not pulling from my vault. This was actually the start of the transaction for the betrothal, in a sense, for
You need a
Faith Bomb.
sword, huh?
Yes.
I have swords. I keep them. You see, a lot of the carcasses sometimes people bring in have hidden treasure buried deep in their flesh. And when I start my work, those little treasures reveal themselves to me. I have a couple alabaster and ebony swords in the back, but they are blood-soaked, blood-stained, and will need some time to recover to be in a usable state.
Understood.
Luckily, you have most of. You have a lot of time before you're going to
Yeah.
need it, probably.
So you can purchase
Is
these from me if you'd like.
there? Well, let's see. Savalar.
Mhm.
Is there a level of training, like if you learn one, you won't learn the other, or hypothetically, you can learn both, but should I learn Alabaster Sword before I take my Eclipse training time?
Again, it's a vessel for level
Vessel.
9 of your swordsmanship.
Okay.
There are alternatives. Most people only know that ebony and alabaster are your only options. There are alternatives, but they're not pretty ones.
How so?
One is the twisted sword, both black and white. But it makes a twisted person out of your swordsmanship. It makes swordsmanship harder to learn, but you get to have both. But oftentimes it drives you to madness. There's the broken sword. It's as such, your swordsmanship is now a metaphor for the broken sword. And rebuilding the sword is putting together your swordsmanship. This might be good for you, Mr. Lar, the broken sword, since you practice failure doubt, but I imagine what you have received from you-know-who is far more valuable and better suited for you than what I think.
I would not be able to say yes to that because my you-know-who is one of the most important things in my life, and a gift from you-know-who is something I cannot say. I cannot say no to that. So I understand. And I appreciate you giving me the offer.
Of course. And the third sword is the bladeless sword. Just a handle and a crossguard. Can be black or white, alabaster or ebony. You do not construct a sword in the missing place. Instead, well, it's actually a bit hard to explain. Create a blade where the blade isn't, so that the blade can always cut even though it's not there. And since the blade isn't there, is the blade even real? But it cuts just like a real one. That type of hard to explain. Now,
It
I don't
is-
have any of these, though. I'm just saying that they do exist.
Never mind. Understood.
I do apologize.
Is
I
there
might
any?
know. Hmm?
Sorry. Is there any true difference in how much ebony versus alabaster sword can do, or are they just
Two sides of the
copies?
same blade.
Understood. Okay.
Now, within the swords themselves is a significance. You see, everyone who practices swordsmanship up to a certain tier grows a blade within them. Certain masters can rip them out. Usually it kills you, but I don't know, maybe there's some sort of fantastical technique that merely temporarily cripples you and then they pour over your head some sort of miraculous potion. I don't know. Or maybe you take a pill beforehand. Most of the swords generated for this stage are from external factors. So the path itself makes these, or certain cultivators perish, and their swords were so notable that instead of shattering and dissolving to nothing, their ebony or alabaster or one of these strange options finds its way somewhere into the path. But majority of the time, the path itself makes these because of our obsession with the sword. The bustling world responds to us. It responds to our collective outcry and need for these swords so that we can continue our obsession and cultivation. And as such, the path is moldable when the majority cry out and desperately want something. And his swords being the most, not even the most, it's the most popular weapon on the path at the moment. Path can't help but listen, and so it provides it to us.
How much for, well, to prep an alabaster sword and to set it aside to not be quite so blood-soaked?
Price? I think a few more gifts for Luna would suffice, especially if it has to do with her cultivation coming up. You've already proven that you know your stuff. The primordial Dalclay is not so easy to find, let alone get your hands on. And be so generous as to hand some off.
A few. So 3?
That is a good assumption. Let's say the quality of what you bring will determine the number required. So if you bring something as equally rare as the Dalclay, let's call it 1. If it's a few necessities, let's call it 3. If it's a couple great options, very rare things, let's call it 2.
Wrong. I have a question. Has Luna gotten her gestalt yet? Or will that happen when I bring her to the first checkpoint opportunity?
Any of the hidden forces of a cultivator can only blossom and manifest when you've fully begun your journey as a cultivator by taking your first step into Zone 0. So no, it hasn't yet.
Okay.
And if it does, that's actually very worrisome because the path is now meddling.
Right.
That's might have to carve my pound of flesh off the path if it does that to Luna.
I was just saying we have the reinforcement books that use Gestalt to get the hidden aspect as well, just as an option.
You know, if you are able to provide those books to Luna, and maybe a few pills to help her temporarily boost her studies, I think that would be a wonderful gift for Miss Luna. it would certainly pay enough for the alabaster sword, its restorative treatment. In fact, I might even indulge in using one of the better alabaster swords, one more steeped in history. That does sound rather expensive and maybe a little bit difficult, especially if you're going to let them go. So, don't want to inconvenience one of my business partners, because that's bad business.
Well, at the end of the day, both Chung Po and Lyron and myself have finished. And even if we can't, even providing them, I think would be more beneficial than if, take all the time Luna needs to finish them, because we don't need them at the moment. The only other people that would need them is the people inside that I take care of.
We will need it once we're ready for tier 11 for the things.
All right, but I guess we should think of being able to, because we won't hit tier 11 for a while.
No, we won't, but there's still a use for it eventually.
Yeah, so it would be more of just a share of knowledge compared to giving them up and not having access. So I guess that's something I would think about, and then say.
Carl gives you a wry look. You know my opinion on the weight I place on Luna's well-being versus the people that you have in you know where.
Yes,
I
understand.
If I had to choose, I would pick Luna every time.
Oh, I understand that completely. And that is, as long as we can, I guess, get them back at some point. I think that would be, and if Luna if she destroys one, I understand. But I think we need them for the next tiers of cultivation for the reinforcement.
I'd imagine Miss Luna won't do such irresponsible things as destroying such valuable property, especially if it's on loan. However, if it is on loan, especially if you're going to need them back at an unspecified time later, then perhaps let's call it a surplus of these training boosting pills.
Right.
Might be in order so that she can move her way along more quickly, so you can have the books back more readily. Don't you think?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that sounds great. Yes. All right. Well, I have some ideas then. But Chung Po, sure.
I have it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I almost.
Squad.
Matt has requested a squad.
Squad!
Yes!
Yes!
Thank you, Allie.
They say thank you.
Hmm?
They said thank you.
Oh, good.
You know, the broth's not actually that bad.
I love the energy she does
Like,
every time she does it.
it's
It's so
not
it's so
what
fun.
I'd like. I'm not going to get addicted to it and eat it every day. But if I
Have the option.
really
Is it
needed
brownies?
some good soup,
Ramen.
Talking about just ramen.
There's
Yeah.
ramen at the grocery store now, and I mean, originally I thought it was just going to be okay, but you know, the broth's actually not bad. So,
Dang. Is it tonkatsu ramen?
it would be tonkatsu because it has pork, and the
Yeah.
broth does seem very tonkatsu-y. So,
no, it's
Yeah.
a miso.
oh, it's a miso broth.
Miso.
But
I'm
tonkatsu
saying
still
at
uses-
Costco here in the Americas, there's this tonkatsu ramen. It's
Oh, yeah.
not exactly inexpensive, and it only comes in a pack of 6, but they're huge bowls, and the broth is incredible.
You were
yeah,
saying
put-
something to Chun Po.
Sorry, we got distracted. My bad.
I know. Yeah, my bad.
There's a squad.
Yeah, I needed the squad. Thank you, Allie.
What were you wanting to say to Chun Po? Sola.
I I don't know. I thought I was originally we were talking about A, you were getting the sword. B, we have a way to get you a sword, which is indirectly helping my
Yes.
goddess in
Luna?
ways that are quite frankly wonderful. But yeah, so we have options for for Crawl. I mean not Crawl, for Luna, and we have a way to get the sword. I don't think you need to wait per se from Crawl because you would have time dilation to make that effect. And I think that's what Lion was trying to tell you earlier. Is just that the level 9 swordsmanship is the very close to the end because you're only going to get to 10. So you could wait that for the end and then use the time dilation. It's all depends on getting the resources.
Do you
And
need any more swordsman resources by chance?
Yeah, for me, yes.
What about you, Mr. Lar?
I have a sword vault. So I have a fair amount on hand, more than Chung Po does, because he is more focused on not being a poor man for the poison side of things. But I have flux. My crystals, my sword energy crystals are. I mean, I have a supreme grade one, and I have a penultimate one. Last time I checked in my vault, but
Well, Mr. Lar, I normally don't open up an entire stock. Mostly I like to ration out what I think would be good for certain customers so that I always have something. But when you say you have a fair amount, that as a valuable business partner, that distresses me because that terminology in my business line means I'm getting by just barely.
right.
And I might have a little bit from my dealings. People pay me all sorts of resources, especially when they're desperate. And oftentimes I find these fun little resources buried in the layers of meat things I work on. I don't want to put you in too much more debt, but I do have a stock of sort things so that at least you can get out of the fairly well off category into the I'm doing fine. Doing fine is exactly that. I have what I need. I have enough. I have stuff for emergencies or other unknowns. And I'm not just scraping by. I wouldn't want my business partner to be inconvenienced.
Well, I won't say no to that. The question is, where can I get you? Because I actually have an idea for Luna too. I've been saving this for myself for a while, but I haven't had the time to. So, what I plan to do is invest it in two forms: one within, and two for Luna. Lara will bring up the set, the key set, the low grade to supreme grade key sets.
Keep those.
Oh,
Miss Luna has this wondrous dream of being a sword fairy. She wants to learn Qi and Qigong techniques so she can dance across the winds and the breezes, jumping from cloud to cloud, wielding her sword like a fairy on the wind. Her dream. And unfortunately, Qi keeps you on the ground, from what I understand. And most of the real Qi practices, like Qi projection, Qi manipulation, Qi extension, all of those have been squashed by the heavenly realm.
right.
As they were an affront to the heavens.
Okay.
But I do appreciate it. That is very thoughtful of you to think of Luna. If you come across something like that for Shi, or even Qigong, I would be very interested.
Excellent. All right. I will keep that in mind.
And most of these resources are certain things we could also use for Luna, because she wants to be a sword fairy, but I don't want her to rush into a weapon energy so quickly.
I agree. Sometimes it just needs to happen naturally, and the obsession has to come from a source, but it should not be chosen for her. I agree.
Perhaps a different deal. Something more lucrative for the both of us. More collaborative. I want something for Luna. I want her dream to come true.
Right.
And you have something that can do that, but you need more resources. Why don't I move my entire sword-themed collection of resources and weapons and such into your treasury?
Oh.
And then when Luna is ready to start learning the sword, you would grant her access to the ideal training environment for swordsmanship.
Accepted.
Of course, provided for all the resources she would need as well.
Accepted.
Very well. Go ahead and add 50 more wealth factors of sword-related stuff into your vault.
I see. Excellent.
And the crystals.
Mhm.
Or the sword crystals.
Yep.
That's the least she has, but she has mostly quality.
Yeah.
So she's only got high grade and above that she's kept. So you'll have a lot more high grade accessible. She puts in 100 supreme grade sword crystals, 5 penultimate, and 1 mythic.
I see. Ooh.
These should be separated by grade into different
Of course.
rooms. And they shouldn't be isolated. You should let the energies slowly mix with the rest of the treasury so that you can increase the density of the sharpness in the air.
Very well.
You will then need to regulate and manage where this energy is flowing so that you aren't crushed under its new weight or cut by it. So it'll be user skill. And of course, when Miss Luna makes her way into the vault, do be extra careful in the starting environment for her. She'll be rather helpless against the sharpness.
Oh yes, I've definitely learned, and also honestly, the keeper would not allow anything like that to happen. So she's in good hands.
I'm glad to hear that. In fact, I've been rather pleased with this business arrangement. The Flying Newt Treasure Pavilion has been a fun little interaction.
You know, I saw the opportunity, and I was like, this seems like a good choice.
I'd go to Mr. Kubik's a little bit more often, but the way he communicates is a little hard for me to process. He makes leaps of conversation as if I had some sort of hidden understanding about what he was talking about, but I can't besmirch his wares. They are not endless, and not just in quantity, but variety and quality. So it's been rather a boon. Expensive, though. He's wildly expensive.
Mm-hmm. I'm still trying to think of a good name for this platform that I've created.
No rush to it.
Yeah.
Once you reach 10 members, you will definitely need a name.
Mm.
Maybe alliance or association or something grand. Something that makes each and every member who is a part of it puff up their chest with pride that they are part of it, especially as a founding member. So something grand would be wonderful.
Mhm.
Or something secretive, because that's also as alluring.
Okay. Chung Po,
Yes,
you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Come back in a week. The sword will be not treated, but it will be prepped for movement. You can take it with you, and I'll explain what you need to do when you come back.
Sounds good. Savalair will smile and look to Chung Po and put his hand on his shoulder and poof.
Yeah, you guys return.
Move turn.
And then, as you last turn around, they poke their little head, eyes and nose over the countertop because they're so teeny, and they go, "Bye, bye, 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 bye," and you're like, "Oh," and you disappear.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Savala,
Yes.
something that I have been curious about that I think would be beneficial to us. I realize it's no longer a bustling world, but we've had very few cultivator interactions. Just walking amongst what would be, I don't know, the streets. I remember one city.
Yeah, and that was almost 2 years ago now.
Yeah. And I
but
realize we will be going to space soon, and I don't think it's a bustling world as much as the isolated cosmos.
There are hubs, I would imagine.
Yeah. I was just
Your first stop
wondering.
would be the Zone 1 hub.
Yeah. I was just wondering what you would think about spending some time interacting with the people around us. I don't know. The level of like how much cultivating we do, I feel like once we get to space, we should really try to make connections. I feel like I haven't made as many just I don't know what exactly I'm looking for, but just being able to talk to people. Feels odd, but
yeah, usually we talk with our swords and kind of goes from there.
understood.
There are lots of people around at the sword carnival. You just need to go say hi.
Yes, but then they got murdered, and then I thought I'd have to kill everybody around it, and I think we still do, but it's not exactly a healthy social environment.
Dunno. I guess it's just how you make it, Chunpo.
I guess so. I mean, I'm trying to work on the aspect of doing duels for fun rather than for life or death.
Well, Chungpo, I think you're about to have a fun duel here coming up. It's
It's
going to
gonna
be a
be
duel for a very long time. You're going to get to really know Mr. SPT.
Or it could
No,
be
no.
really, really fast.
I'm just looking on the bright side.
Oh yeah, you mean the eclipse?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
guy.
I was talking about the shadow duel.
Yeah. We still got a couple of months, and I got a month of training before that.
I've spent 15 weeks, but all of my training is going to be movement mechanics and sword training, I think, up until then. I did want to start my mountain climbing as well.
I will be doing I will be hitting the mountain my next after the month. That's what I'll be doing.
be spending a month with Eclipse, I believe, is my next step.
Gotta wait a week
No, you're
Gotta
gonna
wait
wait
a
a week.
Okay, my
so
bad.
that you don't miss out taking your sword in.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay, so a week. I'll spend a week investigating the two-faced delirium poison, just to look through the vault, see what I can find, what that entails. It is a named poison, so I'll just see if I can find any legends in digging.
It would take too long for you to find it on your own, but you have Mini Lord Keeper who's gone through all of your stuff with their nosy fingers.
I was also thinking, you always have the option of the piece of paper and writing to the old master of the
Yes,
poison.
I do need to speak with him more.
I know you haven't done it in like
Ever.
I don't know 4 months or so. It's been a
Yeah.
while, but
They do point it out. It has 2 ingredients that people consider quite ridiculous and impossible to find. First one, you know very well. It's the 9 delusions of the path and their distilled essence.
That seems kind of hard to find. I don't know if you're gonna be able to.
Well, I mean,
There
I
is
have.
a method of extraction listed in the book. It is either you have to find these people naturally who embody the 9 delusions, each individual their own essence, and then you have to find a way to extract it out of them when it's at their peak of delusion and they're most ripe. It is a very demonic technique of extraction, so it's not pretty. The other is Tears of a Mythical Creature. Something. It's actually a creature you've already met. One that follows you guys around everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Little moon child.
The spooky boy.
Mm-hmm. So you can see why it's one of those potions that it's like, this will be my magnum opus. I only get 1 shot, and then you fuck it up, and you're like, no, because it's so difficult to make. The downside is you will need no less than about 333 DOS on a poison test to make this.
333 DOS to make.
The more, the merrier, because there may be what is called crafting complications that introduce degrees of failure on top of your degrees of success.
You want that out of 1 roll?
Yes.
Fucking Christ.
However, you can use bullshit OP crafting techniques such as the ramping bonus up to that roll. Like all of your prep rolls start to build what is called the ramping bonus, where 1 bonus.
So you've prepared so much that you're just like, all right, I'm ready, and it's smooth sailing because you were ready.
Yes, every single ingredient is perfectly prepared and perfectly positioned. It's perfect temperature. Everything is so nuancedly prepared, and your self ready mantra or meditation, like you can build an enormous bonus to a roll based off of prep. And the ramping bonus is 1 bonus from 1 roll is then added to another bonus from the next roll, and that new bonus is then added to the next bonus, and you just get this bigger and bigger and bigger bonus to the roll. So technically you need a plus 3,330. Technically you can knock off the 30 because that just can come from the 1d100, but and heaven forbid if you roll a natural 1 on that roll, you'll have to deal with tribulation lightning on your craft.
Well, you've got convergences. What about a double natural one?
Ruination lightning on your craft, because the heavens don't want you to have it. If
No,
you have a
no,
triple,
no.
it'll be fear lightning because they fear your craft. And
You
they're
can do
trying
a
to
triple
destroy it out
one.
of fear.
It is too powerful.
Yeah, it would be a little too potent. Be like, here,
They
Craw, look
can
what I
dilute
mean.
it.
It's like dilute that immediately.
It's like, oh, that is no.
You did it, kid. That type of silliness, but
You still have to do more like on a Gestalt roll to end up with like a master or a penultimate craft as well, right?
yeah, like Gestalt rolls also get really goofy.
Yeah. Okay. So we wait a week. Jesus. 333 DOS and harvesting it from 9 embodiments
need to
of
do that.
delusion.
You
Okay.
have the 9 delusions in your poison. You just have to figure
Yep.
out how to
Separate it from the 5 grangers.
correct. In fact, you may not even need to separate each of the delusions individually, because part of the crafting process is figuring out the order of combination that you need to combine the 9 delusions. So you only need to separate them from the grangers.
Understood.
Yeah.
I might need to read that next chapter soon.
Oh, the second Devour?
Yes. To be able to.
You would need a lot higher cultivation to pull that off, like spiritualization realm cultivation.
Okay, yeah, and that's an aspect of stuff that I'm nervous about getting into, but okay, yeah, I can just work on the poison
Technically,
there.
you could, if you had enough preparation and whatnot, pull off the level 2 poison lust manual chapter if you did incredible prep at spiritualization realm. But technically, you're supposed to only attempt it once you've reached the equivalent of truth crystal or golden core.
Understood. So I have to climb.
Yeah. The problem is the negatives to rolls. I get a magnitude for every major tier. You are off what is required. So you're only at color rank. That means I get to add a ×10 because you're not in mountain climber. I get to add another ×10 because you're not in spiritualization, and I get to add another ×10 in difficulty to each roll for golden core. So I get to multiply all negative bonuses by 1,000. Even a -10 is untenable at that point.
Yes.
So
I need to
that's
grow.
Yeah, you gotta grow.
Okay. Let's fuck with the 9 delusions and 5 grandeurs for that week. And just see if I just practicing, seeing what I can do, and fucking with it. Do you want that to be a montage?
We can if you'd like, because that you can make that
Okay.
expedited. You can
Would
also
you want this to be craft or research?
This is definitely research.
Research. Okay.
You
so
do have the book, but you don't know it by heart. You didn't write
also,
it.
yeah.
And you're using it as a reference.
What time do we want to end? I realize it's a little.
Yeah, it's about. I was gonna say write actually what you're wanting to do for that week down, and then
Okay.
we'll call it there. Mr. KC, when you said we needed to do another scene in a different game soon.
Did I?
Yeah, you said that we needed to do some sort of scene thing for, I think it was like Sunday game. Did you
Was
need me?
it? I don't think it was me. We were in the middle of like the RPing for the arena.
Yeah, I was wondering because I was like, you mentioned something that you needed a scene earlier from something, and I don't know if you were referring to like we just needed to do the boss fight on Slay, or if you were referring to something else.
Oh yeah, that's the boss fight on Slay. That's with Ani.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's not game related. Well, I guess it is a game, but not a D&D related.
I'll get you the movement mechanic stuff. If you can post your current movement mechanic stuff in a PM, I'll get you the movement mechanic stuff for next session. But you can see what your master's trying to get for you. Since you can't use sword power anymore and you have to wield the Nothing Blade because that's the choice you made.
Avoid shit.
The style that you have to use,
Mm-hmm.
which is the most manual style of sword wielding. You don't get big fancy moves. You don't get to use huge, powerful energy, resource reserves. You get to go nothing sword, and also check out my physicality, bro. And you're like, I'm too fast.
I'm fucking ripped.
I'm fucking ripped. Did you just bend literally backwards to get away from that sword strike?
Oh yeah, and I
And
also
then-
hit you. You're already dead.
Wait, you can bend like that? It's like, dude, you don't understand. But
I went
that's
all the way around your body. Yep.
yeah.
Um,
So the next level of movement mechanics, once you've completed that, will unlock what is called the singularity style, which is allows you to attack from unpredictable and recognizable angles, such as you twist 180 degrees while leaning backwards, and then your arm goes up and around and stabs them through the side up through their chest, and then you slash forward on a target behind you, and then you twist hard at your waist and do a 180 roundhouse kick to kick somebody that's also coming in. It's just really gross combat.
Yep. And it's fine if I break bones to do it, because I can fix it with nature magic.
Yeah, your build's really starting to come together, man.
It is.
Technically, if you get proficient enough, you can try and pass on flexibility and footwork to the others. They're just, it won't be a montage like your master does where it's just spend the time. They'll have to get progress bars.
Yep. Well, I had to do progress bars at first for mine as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's because your master didn't like you at that point. They're like, I'm to get this fucker out of here. He's not qualified. Now you're qualified?
I proved myself. I'll
Yeah.
send you the movement mechanics I currently have here real quick.
Not only
Hey, guys.
that. Oh, go ahead, Johnny. What's up?
Thanks for session.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Johnny. Say hi to
Okay.
Allie for me.
I will. But I will stop the recording now.
Squad.
Until next
Squad.
time.